Greetings to the peers, or his rep, our esteemed delegation from Auda NAPAD, and all of us, all protocol observed. Can we kindly bow our heads so we pray? We honor you, Father God. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for your mercies, my Lord, that are new every morning. We thank you for this moment, O Lord. We thank you, my God, for the grace to do work at this time. Father, we surrender, my God, every activity of this workshop unto you, O Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus the Christ. Father, touch our minds made of clay, O God. Father, our abilities we hand over to you this moment. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu Ndlandla. Umthandazo lo jule kangaka. Sekutaba melula kucala umsebenzi wethu. Thank you so much, Director. Having said that, I would like to greet our acting PS. I would like to greet the ICT management, Dr. Gideon and your delegation. A very good morning. Colleagues from different ministries, from our parastatals, a very good morning to you. I'm sure we all know the reason we are here. Maybe as just an icebreaker. Yeah. When was the AU agenda launched? When was it launched? Just an icebreaker, so that I can make sure that I have the right people here in the house. When was it launched? You had? If you know the answer. Yes. Wonderful. In 2013. That is when the 50-year strategic plan was launched by our African Union. All right. Let me find out. Okay, we know that to implement the strategy, the African Union strategy, there is a need for different agencies, organizations. Just name one. Not even two, just one that is responsible for the implementation of the Agenda 2063. Hey, hands up. It's a challenge when you have a former teacher as as a facilitator. So, any of the organizations, agencies that you know and is responsible for the implementation of the our strategy? Yes. Wonderful. The agency is here. It's Auda NAPAD. It's one of the regional agencies that is responsible for the implementation of Agenda 2063. So now we know the reason we are here. Agenda 2063, yes, it was launched in 2013. And remember, it's a 50-year plan, but it's divided into 10 what? Implementation plans. That means, considering that now is 2023, we are finishing off, or we are rounding up the 10-year strategic, the implementation plan that was developed by the continent. And remember, Auda NEPAD is one of the organizations that is responsible for the implementation process. Congratulations, Auda NEPAD. 10 years of hard work is no joke. And the reason we are here, actually, our organization, that is the African Union, realized that there is a missing link here, because the citizens of Africa were not engaged properly during the implementation. So we don't want to repeat the same mistakes, because as you know, we are entering the second phase of implementation. So we want to ensure that we don't repeat the same mistakes, we engage our citizens. Hence, the reason they are here is to say what can be done to ensure that now, especially in the light of the fourth industrial revolution, how can we ensure that the implementation is done properly? Not just properly, we want to make sure that the implementation is, in terms of speed, we ensure that maybe we triple, or we make sure that it's 10 times. Remember, we have emerging technologies. We have your robots as one of the emerging technologies. We have big data. We can take advantage of that. Not only that, we have artificial intelligence. Why can't we use those emerging technologies this time around to ensure that we speed up the implementation of Agenda 2063? We are saying, as civil servants, as workers, we are in difficult times. Actually, the digital language, we are faced with VUCA. That means it's volatile around us. There's a lot of uncertainty around us. It's complex. The situation around us is very complex. So there is a need for us to ensure that as we solve the continental problems, we do it in a collaborative manner. Hence, we are here and we know we are going to achieve that. And as you can see, the situation around, there is no way you can solve the problems in isolations. There is no way. You can see even the education system is changing. There is need for critical thinkers. So is it possible then to implement without consulting the citizens? It's not. Because if we say critical thinkers, we want ideas from all over. You will agree with me, Dr. G, that the Kingdom of Eswatini has assisted the region in implementing most of the programs. And we are kind of, I can say, if you want to check if things will work, you start here. Because once it has worked here, you are sure that it's going to work all over the region. I know it's in your speech. But I would like to, at this point in time, without wasting time, invite our acting PS or the PS representative, Mage Makanjane Monta, US, will appreciate if you can share with us the message from our PS. So the stage is yours. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. Can I convey the PS's apologies? He cannot be here with us now. He has to attend to cabinet issues. Remember, it's a Tuesday today. I'll read his speech as is. Head of AUDA, NEPAD delegation, Dr. Gideon. AUDA NEPAD delegation, senior government officials here today, captains of industry, media houses, and all protocol observed. A very good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. The teacher in me comes back. I would firstly like to thank AUDA NEPAD for being a constant and consistent development partner to the Kingdom of Eswatini. AUDA NEPAD has been considerably supportive in assisting the country on its endeavor to attain a healthy national system of innovation. In 2017, ladies and gentlemen, the Research and Development and Innovation Survey were pioneered with the assistance of your esteemed organization, and that is a very big thank you. The support has never ended, and to date, it has been of a profound impact, from shaping our decision-making to developing and implementing responsive strategies. The government of Eswatini is making concerted efforts towards strengthening its national system of innovation. To date, a considerable number of initiatives have been made, such as the development and establishment of key institutions such as Women in Science, Engineering and Technology, WISET, the WISET chapter, the Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences, KIAS, and recently the National Research Council, which has recently been enacted into a law. Furthermore, a number of legislations that are a necessity towards strengthening the safe use of data and that we will leverage from emerging technologies have been developed, namely the Data Protection Act of 2022, the Electronic Communications and Transaction Act of 2022, and the Computer Crime and Cybercrime Act of 2022. Worth mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, is a commitment and political will that has been demonstrated in the kingdom. This can be seen in the national Utaspatal, you'll pay us. Okay, can I start that afresh? Worth mentioning is the commitment and political will that has been demonstrated in the kingdom. This can be seen in the National Development Plan, NDP, the Strategy for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth, and the COVID-19 Recovery Plan, which places emphasis on the importance of research and its importance in attaining a knowledge-based economy. The DataCipation workshop comes at the right time, as we have seen through evidence that data is the new oil. Hence, there is a great need to capacitate officials on knowledge generation, fluidity and use, and this will ensure we make decisions that are specific and responsive to the kingdom. Importantly, it is imperative that the citizens are an integral part of the process. Ladies and gentlemen, data is very important for policy making and decision making, and it can help us understand the problems, the impact of their actions, and the best ways to achieve their goals. Data can also help policymakers communicate and justify their decisions to the public and other stakeholders. To use data for policy making, policymakers need to have access to reliable, relevant, timely, and most importantly, communicate findings to citizens. Moreover, there is a need to have a culture of data-driven decision-making, a culture that values data as a strategic asset and encourages its use and sharing. Data use has the potential to propel mandates in the national system of innovation, ensure policy coherence, and eradicate the silo mentality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank our stakeholders for taking time to join us. I can assure you that the next couple of days will be of great value towards your organization, and I hope we will form partnerships and champion our sectors. Thank you once again. I wish you a fruitful workshop and great deliberations. Thank you.
Wow. Let us appreciate our US speech acting principal secretary by just giving her a round of applause. Thank you so much. I wonder what is your take-home message? Mine is data is the oil of the future. What does it say to us? If we do not engage our citizens, we are in trouble. We are in trouble because what is it that we will have in store for the future? Because for us to compete meaningfully, we have to ensure that we take care of our data. We have to make sure that we teach our citizens how to take care of our data. We have to make sure that we engage industries, we engage our parastatals, we engage all stakeholders in terms of data management. Thank you so much, Acting PS. What a speech. Having said that, the next speaker is Dr. Gideon. Dr. Gideon, you are not new in the kingdom. I'm just going to summarize who Dr. Gideon is. Dr. Gideon is actually responsible for the strategy, is the head of strategy in AUDA. That means for us to ensure that we implement it effectively, it starts it starts from him. So he's responsible for that. We know before he has helped the country in terms of infrastructure, data infrastructure. We've worked with him at RSTP, we've worked with him as government because they were assisting us with the infrastructure. So he was the leader. So we now have a place where we can store our data that we are collecting R&D innovation because of AUDA, NEPAD. The delegation was led by him. Dr. Gideon is also a professor. I'm not going to categorize the professorship. Honored by the University of Wits. That means I don't want to, with the Witwatersrand whatsoever, I would say just Wits. Okay, is honored by Wits. He is an associate professor there. He has graduated close to 20 students. That means we are in the right hands because we have a teacher in the house who is going to take us through the process of engaging citizens in issues related to data management. Over to you, Dr. Gideon.
At a point, I was wondering whether you were talking about a different person. All right. Miss Makanjana Mota, if I get it wrong, please. It's wrong. Forgive me. Under Secretary representing the PS, distinguished senior expert from sectorial ministries, representative from civil society, various stakeholders gathered here. On behalf of the CEO of Awuda NEPAD, Her Excellency Ms. Nados Bekele Thomas, and the Director of Agriculture, Food Systems and Environmental Sustainability, Mrs. Esterine Fatabon, we would like to extend our profound gratitude to the Kingdom of Eswatini for always allowing us to pilot some of the wild ideas that the African Union wants to channel to other countries. Undersecretary, allow me to express our profound gratitude to the Ministry of ICT for always opening a door to AUD and NEPAD to implement the programs that we want to implement in member states. I would like to give a bit of overview of Agenda 2063. As you may all be aware, Agenda 2063 is the strategic framework for the continent in terms of development, a 50-year plan for the continent, divided into 5 decades. You may be aware that the first decade of implementing Agenda 2063 has come to an end this year, and all the 55 heads of state actually mandated AUD and NEPAD and AUC to evaluate the progress that the 55 member states have made over the first decade, and also formulate the second decade plan. I want to highlight some of the few recommendations that are coming out of the evaluation process. The first is that there was weak political support for the implementation of Agenda 2063, and as such, in terms of effectiveness, the progress has been a little bit slower than expected. Secondly, the ordinary citizenry were not actively participating or did not participate well in the first decade of implementation. As such, the recommendation is that we must actively engage ordinary citizenry in the formulation of all the strategies continentally, regionally, and nationally, and their implementation. Thirdly, we need to ensure that the various support mechanisms at national level are put in place. And the last two that I just alluded to relates to the outcomes of this, what we want to achieve in this workshop. Finally, we need to ensure that we have sustainable source of funding and resources to implement the goals that we have set for ourselves for the next decade. It is as a result of this that AUD and NEPAD, partnering with GIZ, has embarked on a program to effectively strengthen the capabilities of member states, provide them with the tools and systems necessary to engage citizens on implementing the programs that are embedded within Agenda 2063. The program, as you may see on the screen, is called DataCipation, and it was chosen deliberately. The meaning is that we want to use data and participation of ordinary citizenry in the implementation of Agenda 2063. The program has 3 main objectives. Number 1, We intend to strengthen the capabilities of member states by using digital and non-digital technologies to engage ordinary citizenry in the implementation of Agenda 2063. Number two, we want to provide easy to communicate information to ordinary citizens so that they can comprehend what government, regional, and continental bodies are doing in terms of implementing Agenda 2063. Thirdly, we want to use the data coming out of this implementation to improve the innovation ecosystems of member states and regional entities. So these are the three main objectives of the program. There were 10 countries that were selected for the implementation, the pilot phase of the program. These are Cameroon, Uganda, Kenya, Eswatini, Benin, Ghana, Senegal, Egypt, DRC, and Rwanda. So far, we have piloted this program in Cameroon, Uganda, Kenya, and now we are in Eswatini. I think in a couple of 2 weeks, we will be in Benin for a similar activities. The reason why we chose Eswatini is quite interesting. Not because it's a small country, and not because Madam Rejoice always opened its door, but because Eswatini actually provide a platform for us to actually showcase some success story to the sub-region in terms of the SADC region. And we chose Eswatini because we are not starting from ground zero. There has been already other projects that we have been embarking on. Just a couple of months we were here on the measurement of S&T indicators. So it was only natural that Eswatini becomes part of the 10 countries that were selected. We hope that this deliberation will provide a safe space for us to discuss the critical issues that concerns the Kingdom of Eswatini in terms of development, and for us to properly engage ordinary citizenry in the implementation of Agenda 2063. I wish you all fruitful deliberation and hope that we can have an openness in our deliberation for the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gideon. Once again, let's clap hands for the kingdom. Thank you, Dr. Gideon. It's an honor, it's a privilege to be part of the first 10 countries. And the reasons are clear, because we really give you quality results that you can use to ensure that the same or similar work is done in other African countries. Thank you so much. Dr. Gideon, Acting Principal Secretary, colleagues, we were engaging with citizens, but it's just that now we are going to learn what other technologies that can be used by the country to engage citizens as we are developing our policies. We have a presenter by the name of Kawe Twala from the Ministry of Economic Planning. I call him a worker because there's a difference between a job and actually one who is in a job or one who is a worker. I call him a worker because I don't think the amount of work that he is doing is equivalent to the paycheck. He's working day and night. You can call him at 11 p.m., he's ready to work. Can call him early in the morning, he's ready to work. You can call him during weekends, he's ready to work. We have worked with him in many projects, and we are saying, Dr. Gideon, the same thing will apply for this project. We are going to ensure that with the collaboration, with the collaboration that we are having, the Ministry of Economic Planning, really, we are going to do a good job. Kawe, may you kindly share with Dr. Gideon and the team, remind us how we engage our citizens. Over to you.
The acting peers, Magabla Motsa, the esteemed delegates here from NEPAD, AUDA, esteemed civil service and organizations invited here, ladies and gentlemen, Siyane Vusela in the Ministry of Economic Planning. My name is Trawet Fala from the Ministry of Economic Planning, Central Statistics Office. I'm a senior statistician corner looking at issues of data, basically data management. As Mage said here, basically for us is to highlight how we engage the citizens during the many projects that we undertake in terms of collecting data for the nation to inform policy. When we plan to undertake a survey or a census, basically what we do, we go to our different media houses to announce to the nation that we are going to be undertaking such and such a survey that will be looking at such and such issues. For example, if we are going to undertake, currently in the field we are having the intercensal survey. It's called the demographic and household surveys, which we undertake every 5 years after a census. So what we do, we go to our different media houses, that is the radio, the TV, to actually announce to the public to say we will be undertaking such a study that will be covering such topics. And we request the nation that they actually assist us and be honest with their responses. And we ensure that we inform the citizens how that particular information is going to be used. For example, with our demographic survey, it is actually collecting data on our population. It is a survey, which means it is sampled. We collect demographic aspect of information for all selected households, and we also look at issues of internal and international migration. We also look at immigration. We also look at household characteristics to actually measure the level at which our households are in terms of affordability. This data is usually used to plan in policy planning, to inform in terms of the size of our population, the population growth from a census 5 years later, which is halfway to the next census, which we shall be undertaking in 2027, since the last one was in 2017. And then during the progress of that particular study which we undertake, we keep an ongoing advert in the media to ensure that all populace is aware of a particular study that is going on. However, we do not force people to actually give response, but we really request people to give us responses so that we are sure that responses that we get actually give us the true picture of where the country is in terms of all the aspects that are covered by the study. Maybe I'll take this opportunity to also thank even everyone here to say that every time we go to the field as an institution, we really get responses that actually inform policy in the country. We really thank the nation at large for assisting us and seeing also the results. And we really implore citizens to keep on setting aside that short period of time to answer those questions, because as the director here has noted, right now data is the oil that drives everything. So when we get quality data, it actually informs policy towards the right direction. Currently, as a country, our data collection method is both ways. We still sometimes use paper-based personal interviews, but we have taken strides to actually implement the computer-assisted personal interviews, where basically our enumerators carry tablets. When you see them at home interviewing, they will be carrying tablets where they actually capture the information as the respondents give them answers. After the data is collected, we then analyze it and write what is known as a descriptive report. Basically, our report is just presenting the picture as the data shows it, how the situation is on the ground. And then we usually then call upon all developing statisticians to say the data is there. Come get the data and do differential analysis, where you are looking at certain phenomena that can actually affect policy in that particular aspect. For example, one would love to see how serious engagement of the disabled population brings or contributes towards the economy of the country. The data is there, but we do not yet have many people engaging the CSO, especially the academia, to actually utilize this data for further research. And we encourage such because it is what will help the country more in terms of policy formulation to actually impact all the areas which the likes of the SDGs actually are tracking. After the data has been collected, it is then disseminated. Firstly, we usually disseminate it nationally, where we call upon all stakeholders to present to them the report. And then we then go regionally to disseminate the data to the people where we collect the data from, to give them feedback of what the data is saying. And those reports, of course, our policymakers are given, that is our different line ministries, our different stakeholders. We also have the reports on our website, the statistics website in Gov. And then through the help of our partners, PEPFAR CDC, through ICAP, we have developed a data portal where we intend to actually have all microdata available in the portal. The portal basically is an interactive site where people can request for credentials to log in, and then they access data where they can actually do their own tabulations on the fly and actually save their outputs. They can also be able to download the microdata after, of course, special vetting once you've made those requests. Maybe one other aspect one would love to tap on is that as we are moving towards implementation of technology, as an office, we are directed by the use of technology to actually migrate to other means of data collection. We have seen that with recent developments, when we collect the data, we find that some of respondents we do not get in the field. More so because we go during the day, and during the day people are at work. So the only time that you are actually able to find people at home is during the very early morning hours, where they do not have time to be answering questions because they are trying to prepare for work. Or late in the evening when they have come back from work, where of course everyone wants to rest. So we are only remaining with weekends. So as an office, we have thought about trying to implement TAPI, which is telephone assisted personal interviews, which would enable actually someone to take their tea break at work to actually respond to some of the questions that we ask them. However, policy for now does not allow. I am happy that the Ministry of ICT is here. Issues of access of contacts. What we have tried as an office right now is that each time we undertake a study, we request people to give us their contact information. And of course, we cannot be able to cover everyone because, you know, our exercises basically are samples. We are hoping that as time goes by, we would maybe have access to people's contracts. We know that this is a very sensitive issue. You cannot just give anyone your contact information. But we really request the nation to assist us on that, because it will help ease the burden of one taking their time at home from their busy schedule, even on a weekend, to sit down with us to answer questions. But rather, if we call your cellular phone or your telephone and we undertake interviews that way, it can make both our lives easier. And other futuristic technologies that are available is the WATI, which is a web-assisted data collection. Basically, we develop a data collection tool, a questionnaire which you can answer online. However, for households, for now, it would not be that much viable because internet coverage is not yet fully implemented, and also not everyone that actually has a computer. So that one, for now, We believe if we pilot it, we may find that with establishments, companies, businesses, it can actually work. However, of course, we still have a job to do, every one of us here in this house, in terms of marketing the issues of data within the country, so that even the business owners out there, even a little child, would know the need for data, so that it would be just as easy for people to respond. Because sometimes you have to, what the enumerators go through sometimes in the field is tough. Sometimes they have to sit down with an individual for an hour just to explain to the person why they should be giving us information. And sometimes you still get the questions like, what's in it for me? What will I benefit by answering you? Each time I answer questions, but I don't see any output that helps me as a person here. Of course, it is, I would say it's a misnomer, because I believe that when data is given, the policies that are developed around that data which you've given actually bring about the change. I'll give an example in the issues of health. When an epidemic comes up, for example, we are from the time of COVID, which of course is not yet fully eliminated. It's data that actually help to curb its dangerous spread. We had data on hotspots, we had data on hot zones, where we knew that if care would be given to these specific areas, it will help curb the spread of the disease. We have issues of malaria. If we didn't have data to say, where is it endemic, we wouldn't know which places, policy wouldn't know where to direct assistance. We have issues of HIV. If it wasn't for data, the country would still be reeling in this pandemic. But because of data, as a country, we have successfully, I would say we have successfully tackled some of these dangerous diseases simply because data was there. So I would really, in closing, implore every one of us to go out there and advocate for statistics, advocate for data. Let's make everyone aware of what data means in this particular era. It will help ease all of us jobs. It will actually lead the country into the right direction. We will actually see change, economic change, health change, even socially. It will help our social space, our demographic dispensation as a nation. Right now, we are dealing with issues of migration. The Ministry of Home Affairs is dealing with the migration profile and migration policy that will help shape the future for migration. It will help the country to actually not be scared of migrants, but actually reap the dividends economically of migration. So once again, I request everyone to be an advocate for statistics. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Twala. Highly informative presentation. So you might have realized that we have been engaging. You might have realized that indeed we're using technology for engaging. We just need to improve there and there. you must have realized that we are ready for the digital economy. Yes, we have our digital strategy as a country, but there are so many factors or indicators that you can actually pinpoint and say the country is ready to participate in the digital economy. Again, Baba Kawa, you have made it clear that the only way we can participate meaningfully in the digital economy, the only way we can ensure that we transform the economy meaningfully, it's if we take care of data. So I think here we have enough ambassadors who are going to tell the nation, tell the communities about the role of data in transforming the economy. Okay, thank you. Maybe for the sake of this presentation, maybe Babek Kawa will just sneak out a bit, but I would like to invite maybe one or two comments, questions, if there are any, especially because from the African Union, we have 13 participants. So I'm sure you have one or two questions for our presenter. I knew.
It is always good. How do you know? I'm not sure. It looked like the question was on my face. Thank you very much, Madam. My name is Richard Sawakirianga. I'm in consulting for the AU Development Agency. But I had one question for the his name. I have to practice. Tawe. Kawe. Yeah, Twala. Okay. He talked about data, and I was going to ask, do you have any initiatives for qualitative data? Because I know quantitative data, which is the statistics, is one thing. But sometimes, one wants to also collect the stories behind the statistics. So I don't know if there is an institutionalized mechanism of gathering and understanding the stories behind the statistics, because I think the statistics tell us one thing, but then there are also these other in-depth processes. Just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As an institution, most of the time we collect quantitative data. We actually collect quantitative data, but it depends on the design of a specific requested study that would actually want the look into focus groups into qualitative data. So I wouldn't say as an office we do have studies that are qualitative, but most of our undertakings are quantitative. It's upon a request to undertake a specific study for other institutions where if we see the need according to the design of that study, then we also do the qualitative analysis. Thank you very much.
Doc, you have?
I'm scratching my head. Thank you very much for the presentation. So and I don't know whether to frame it as a question. It's too early in the morning, or a comment. So when you disseminate the data in terms of dissemination, how do you get constructive criticism from citizenry? You may have economic growth. Various citizenry groups may have perception around it. How do you make sure that those views, and some of them may not be true, you need to decipher in between, are brought into the process of data creation? So that's number one. Number two, in the national development cycle, like developing national development plans and even the national budgeting process, is there a space where citizenry at the community level are engaged to have their views in the formulation as well as implementation? And you don't have to answer everything, because in the afternoon we'll be discussing in groups around this. Thank you. So how do you, in the national development cycle, like national development plans, budgeting cycle, is there space where at community level citizens are engaged to hear their voices and their views into the process? Right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gideon. Well, the first question, how do we get responses or feedback from people? Maybe let me just elaborate on how we disseminate. After we present the report on a national forum where we have stakeholders, we then go to the regions. But when we are at the regions, what we do is we send requests to the chiefdoms. We send requests to the chiefs to inform them that we are organizing such a meeting where we will present the report, and then we get the people to actually respond to what is coming out of the reports. The unfortunate thing about these regional workshops, Mr. Mabuza here can attest to it, the biggest problem that we always face is these regional workshops end up being politicized. They end up bringing up fights which are unnecessary. They get off topic and not discuss what we've presented. But that actually hasn't deterred us from continuing with such exercises, but we try by all means to inform them that, okay, this basic workshop or this meeting is to ensure that from what you are seeing there, what can you say? What can be contributed? And it has, these exercises have helped much because the chiefdoms out there end up understanding why we come to them to request data. Because we have seen a decline in such questions. What's in it for me right here in this community? We have seen a steady decline because of these regional reporting outreaches. With the second question of the planning, I don't know if my colleague from the ministry can respond to that one. But our bigger pass. It looks like my colleague had just moved out. But when it comes to policy development, one thing that I remember is that people are engaged from grassroots to actually say, we have such and such issues that need to be addressed. How can they be addressed? Before the high level where we're bringing in data now that will inform the policy, but people get engaged to say, what are issues that you see rising from your community? How do you think they can be addressed? And such responses usually then get collected and looked at holistically, and then data issues then come into play. But I think my colleague also, Lwandle, here would add something. Thank you.
As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the national development plans, I think each and every ministry really does get to consult with stakeholders. We get to consult with some of the private sector to actually understand and comprehend together where we envision ourselves. So it becomes handy. The data from the Central Statistics Office really gives us a picture of where we are and how we can get to where we would like to get. But we do have other colleagues. Maybe they can just mention a thing or two.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, Lwandle has just talked about the trying, as in of trying to get everyone on board on the issues at hand. As maybe just to speak briefly, because the Minister of Economic Planning is the one that is responsible for the National Development Plan, and the central agencies who make sure that the budgeting process, it involves everyone. What I can say, in addition to what Lwandle has said, is that yes, as ministries, as government, we try to go to the citizens, because yes, we are trying to budget for them, and we also want to change not just our lives of people in government, but whatever we're planning, we try to ensure that it touches on the welfare of the citizens. So I won't go deep on how the engagement goes down to even the grassroots. But what I can say is that we do try to involve, to get all relevant stakeholders. I'm not sure of, as in everyone is always attends, but we try, as they have been talking here, the information that we get from statistics or from reports, we always ensure that when we do the alignment is done, so that we don't go and do something new or something different, or we want to solve an issue. So it's important for us every time that what is happening in the country, and then if we know the problem, we try to ensure that the solution, it's within that, because we always have that the citizens or the nation's welfare is very important to be catered for. Thank you.
In summary, Doctor, basically we have the civic society engaged, we have the business sector engaged, we have the line ministries engaged, and then we have the parastatals engaged, we have the private organizations engaged, we have our international partners engaged, and we have the general populace out there in the communities engaged for policy formulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions? I think you have summarized it very well, Babe Kawe. So you have a question for me, for Babe Kawe?
Thank you so much, program moderator. Siyabonga Babetfala for such a wonderful presentation. It is eye-opening. Mine is just a short one. I heard you say that you have a portal where maybe you upload or you make available the microdata. What I wanted to know is that how much sensitization do you do out there to make probably, let me say, researchers aware of the data that is available, or it is only limited to be used by government? Because I think that is what happens. You find that it is government that probably utilizes that data the most. Yet, as researchers, we wouldn't want to reinvent the wheel, because it is the same people that you would go out there to try and collect that data from. Yet, when the CSO has already, put that data together, you just go there and see how you interact with the data for analyzing and the like. And also, just to ask, who does that data belong to? How flexible are you or the CSO with researchers utilizing that data or analyzing that data, for purposes of policy development, or also maybe research, yes, for publication?
Can I just ask one more so that you respond to both? Mine would be, I would ask our Central Statistic Office, but also maybe our NEPAD can also respond from the model. Maybe that is happening, internationally. I just want to ask the extent of openness of the data that we collect. We know that open data is data that can be accessed, by everyone, but it is structured, not just like public data, which includes like everything. So it's structured. I just want to ask the jurisdiction of the openness. Is it open? It's open to every stakeholder in the country. Is it also open to people that are outside of this country? And what are the implications, on that? Because sometimes you find that maybe nationally, you actually not you don't have the information or certain statistics, but you find that an external stakeholder, external to the country, would come and tell you certain statistics that you actually don't have. So I just want to check that aspect with regards to open data.
Thank you very much. My question is regarding to sectors that are in the informal economy that also contribute to the national economy, but their data is not collected. How do you go about that? And also, sometimes you find that some of the information is not disaggregated. So what happens to that? Because it locks out many sectors from being part of this discussion when their information is emerging from an informal economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this engaging conversation. My question would be also the issue of lean data practices. Is it embraced when collecting this data? So when it comes to the issue of data collection, she said it very well. We are living in the data economy. Data is the new oil. So when this data is collected, what are some of the practices put in place to protect this data? Yes.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'll start with Baben Dlondlo, the Director of Archives. He asked on the flexibility of data release. Or maybe let me start with the sensitization of the portal. Basically, during the presentation, I made mention that we are developing a data portal through the funding of PEPFAR CDC and ICAP, or rather through ICAP. So it is still under development. We hope that by September it will be done and it will be launched. Basically, the system is done now. What we are doing right now is basically putting in the data. And I believe once it is launched, we will ensure that it is, we will market it properly, because like I said during the presentation, we would like people to get out and actually get their hands dirty in using the data. It is pointless to actually collect data and let it sit in the archives. We really want the data to be used. And then my brother here from IECT asked about the issue of, basically it summarizes with my sister's question there, data protection and data release also. Basically, I will put it this way. When we collect the data, it comes with sensitive data, sensitive information like identifiers. But basically, we group data into three. We have what is known as public data, which after we aggregate the data and after we remove identifiers, we have data that is public, that can be accessed by anyone, be it locally or internationally. And then we have what is known as protected data. Protected data basically is sensitive data which can be accessed by researchers under specific conditions, and also can be accessed by the funders of that project, which are also known as PI, the principal investigators, who will be under strict terms and conditions of how to use that particular data. And we have what is known as confidential data. That data, once it reaches us, doesn't go anywhere. You can request it even to the head of UN. We are not allowed to release that one. Now, on that also, we have policies. There's the user policy for data. There's the user agreements and protocols of how you access data. For example, even before we develop the portal, which will actually implement those policies, our policy is, when you request the data, you need to inform us what you want to do with the data. For example, if you are a researcher, you want to write a paper, you tell us which variables you want. We do not give you, for example, you are looking at health data, we give you the entire mix file. No. You tell us the specific variables you're looking for. And you are also required by legislation that when you complete your report, you first submit it to the CSO. We review the report before we can allow you to publish your report, because we have security issues as a country that we need to protect. And also we need to protect falsification of information. So all those protocols are there, and should you be found in violation of these rules, you actually sign that you are liable for penalties, legal penalties, incarceration and all, because we also know that with data, we can put the country in jeopardy, even internationally. So we ensure that. Maybe it is worth noting to every one of us here that when you request data, you are not given the entire data set. You are given what you need. For censuses, we give you 10% of the data. For surveys, we require that you tell us the actual variables that you need. And each time you need another data set, you make a specific request. As I mentioned earlier, when you make the request, you are vetted. There is a panel that has to vet you to say you are legitimate. We can trust you with the data. If not, you cannot. When it comes to the issue of the international community access, yes, the portal will be accessed. As it is online, it will be accessed globally. But the same process will have to stand even if it's the digital world. Though, as long as you press agree, once you make the request and we send you the terms and conditions, you press agree, it means you agree that you can be traced while you're utilizing the data. And of course, for international individuals or institutions, we need to know the institution. If you are a researcher, we need to know where your fellowship is, for example. There is postdoc, there is doc. If you're a student, we need to know your institution, and we need to know who we can contact there to say you are legitimate. We cannot just give anyone and everyone the data. And then on the question of shadow economy, we usually say it's shadow economy. It is hard to collect it, of course, as you said, but we try to measure it indirectly using the income and expenditure survey. We, as a country, know where the shadow economy lies, first of all. So what we do, okay, let me put it this way. Everyone doesn't want to give you their income. Should they be even formally employed, it's hard to get income from people. So basically, we use the expenditure to estimate income. So even with the shadow economy, when we get to those areas which we know they have shadow economy, they do give us their expenditure. So then it is then possible to estimate their actual worth as households, because we cannot actually measure individual, but at least from the household perspective, we try to measure it. Of course, we cannot say we are 100% accurate on that, because as we say, it's shadow economy. Nobody wants to give you direct results. I don't know if I've answered all your questions.
No, I think Mr. Toa has already answered the one on data protection, on protecting the data, because I think we need to understand the fact that whilst we are advocating for open data, but we also have to make sure that we protect certain data. And from the Data Protection Act point of view, the data that is being protected is personal data. So that one is specific to personal data, that for you to collect, for you to process that data, there must be consent from the data subject. So that is the point of view from the Data Protection Act, but it relates to personal data. The one then that the facilitator is referring to, or the presenter is referring to, is now at another level. It's now open data, or he said public data or open data, which now it actually they remove, you know, the identifiers or the sensitive data, and make sure then that it's open. So I think that should be answering it.
Yes, of course. One other part that we may make note, while we collect information at individual and household level, But when the data is presented to anyone, it is presented up to regional level. So there is no way confidentiality can be violated. The data is, the figures come nationally and also regionally. We don't even go down to Inkundla level. Of course we could, but there are techniques that are applied to ensure that confidentiality is upheld and maintained. So there are no worries on that level. Of course, as he mentioned, my brother has mentioned here, there is that act that protects now personal data. That is why we ensure that the data is aggregated and also identifiers are removed, and any other aspect that may lead to the identification of an individual at least is anonymized and watermarked. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Babek Kawe. Highly knowledgeable indeed in terms of these data issues. Where actually, I forgot something, Dr. G. Remember we said we engaged. From his presentation, what I picked up is the fact that even media, our media is participating in when this collection of data is done. So thus, it is for that reason that Babek Gideon, as we're discussing the issue of science communication, ICT communication, because remember, the country is clear, we are transforming from resource-based economy to knowledge-based economy. It is in our national strategies, it is in our sectorial strategies. So all we need to do, let it happen in our time. Otherwise, Africa being a youthful, our population is just 60% youth, the last time I checked. So thus, that being the case, we are preparing the economy for them. This I normally call the digital economy, the youth economy, because without the youth, it cannot be a success. So thus, Dr. Gideon said, no, we need also to train the journalist in terms of science communication. There is need to upskill, there is need to reskill in order for us to serve our country, our continent effectively, even our countries effectively. So there is need for that. Thus, there is some promise of training so that we can communicate effectively. Because I've seen most of the time you find that ICT issues, science issues, you just find them around maybe page 10. Yet we are saying we will transform the economy using science, technology, and innovation, using ICT. How come it's not given priority? Let's change the status of things. With your help, Dr. G, science communication is the way to go. Thus, having said that, you were saying in terms for media, yes, they are covering, but we are expecting participants from today up to Thursday. It's the training is starting today. Then the rest will follow, and the certificate will be issued. I don't know when. Thank you so much, Dr. G. Maybe you just talk to us because I don't want to thumbs up.
No, I think you are right. I think that is the whole purpose of this workshop. It's more about communication and getting the message home right. Most of the times, the reason why citizens are not aware of national, regional, and continental is a gap in communication. And if you say infant mortality is decreasing, to the ordinary person, he doesn't understand what that really means. So it is incumbent on the communication structures to actually carve the message in a way that makes sense so there's a need for training in that sense. So we will discuss and see how, even post this workshop, how that can be sustained and in terms of capacitating. I think whilst I have the mic, let me abuse my chance to reflect on the issue on data protection. I think last 2 years, the AU launched what we call the African Union Data Policy Framework. So as we are dealing with the national issues in terms of protecting citizenry data, let's also reflect on the discussion that is happening up there. I think in this workshop, we will share that framework document. It's an open framework that discusses very sensitive issues. The world has moved on. These days, the data that we are talking about sits on our mobile devices. Everything is here. But do you know where this data is kept? There is no single data center for Facebook on the continent. No, none. I think that Twitter tried opening something in Cape Town and stuff like that. But these are critical issues because what these social media platforms are capturing are personalized data. And locality of data is important because it has implication on sovereignty. So what the AU is suggesting, we are in negotiation, that can we host some of these data centers on the continent? And what we are pushing for countries to do is to host their own data locally. We are not trying to disband cloud technology, but it has serious national security implications. And those are the things that the AU data policy framework is advocating when we are working with GIZ in this regard. So probably as we discuss throughout the day and tomorrow, we maybe discuss some of the assets and some of the ideas that continentally we are channeling for countries actually to be aware of. And also, and I'm glad that we have even an act for data protection. Not a lot of countries have those acts. And if you are living in this world where AI is the order of the day, these are the things that we should be discussing of. I'm pretty sure my colleague from the National Statistics Office, in the next 20 years, we may not be doing surveys again. In the next 20 years, we may not be doing national census again. Because everything that you have, if everybody turns his phone on, that is the digital footprint of the world. It's here. And so the tooling and how you have legislation around protection of data, there's a paradigm shift, and we need to catch up with time. So that's what I want to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. G, for your comment. It's the time now, exactly 11:07. We're supposed to be done by 11. That means we are somewhere there. So that's before we just go for tea break. I will appreciate if Dr. G photoshoot, group photo. I'm not sure, we'll look for a nice place outside where we can have photo shoot. Having said that, toilets, just 10 left. Then they are somewhere here. So I'm sure most of us are familiar with this place, except for our visitors. Otherwise, you turn left, then you go straight, check on the right-hand side, there are toilets. Thank you so much. It was a very good session. We are still going to continue after break. Then I will hand over to Ms. Melane Luandle, who is going to be with us for the rest of the day. It was a very good session indeed, highly informative. You will agree with me. The questions, we all learned from them. Let's go for a photo shoot before break. Thank you. Sorry, I think I forgot. We have a challenge here. SD485LH. Think you are blocking somebody. I'll appreciate if you can just shift your car.
ICT. That's a very few hands, but that's the power of awareness, of sensitization, because now everyone here will leave knowing that there's a Department of Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation, and we are now your key stakeholder. My name is Luandle Simelane, and I'll be taking you through the rest of the day. We've had such an amazing morning, very fiery, and I'm hoping for more engagement, more questions. Everyone here will speak today, and I will make sure I will point. I know each and every one of you now, and I want to know your voices too. We cannot divorce development from perpetual learning, which is why we are all here. And we can see data has the power to propel our mandates in our institutions and organizations. And we were doing surveys, and most people realized that, you know, we have the potential to collect data, and most importantly, to see if our strategies are working or not, and what we need to change. We cannot do that without data. And most importantly, we are in the public service. We are accountable to the people. People have to know what we are working on, what we are doing. Is it serving them? Instead of just being in our offices and working on policies, but they must know what we are doing. And it creates a certain level of interest, and people will stop saying, oh, government is not doing anything, but in essence, we are not communicating effectively. My job is simple. I'll be moderating the session and making sure everyone gets to speak, ask questions, and comment. Please feel free to jot your questions down. The next session will be lessons from the implementation of the first 10-year plan of Agenda 2063 and priorities for the second 10-year plan. Please welcome Dr. Gideon, who will be giving us a presentation, and make sure you listen in and write down your questions. We will have a Q&A after the presentation. Thank you. Can we clap hands like we are alive and well?
Thank you very much, Lonley. So, good morning. So I'm speaking not as a leader of the group, but I'm speaking as a member of the technical working group that was tasked to evaluate the first 10-year plan of Agenda 2063 and also formulate the second 10-year plan. So the second 10-year plan actually will be approved in February next year at the AU summit by the heads of state, which means that we can use this platform to solicit for more ideas. So the door is not yet closed. It's our plan. Most importantly, we'll be looking at some of the lessons that are coming from the evaluation process. So it will be about 30 minutes so that we can allow more time for discussions, and interrogation and idea sharing. So let's walk through it. So this is the outline of what I'll be talking about. I will introduce Agenda 2063. This morning a question was asked, and I think people were scratching their heads. And it's because we've not done a good job in terms of advocating and communicating the strategy and mainstreaming it. So it wasn't surprising that not a lot of people even know when it was launched. So it's not surprising. This is what we are picking from the countries. So we'll be looking at the findings, lessons learned, recommendation, and then at a later stage we will introduce the second 10-year plan. So as we said, the Agenda 2063 is a 50-year plan. I don't know how many of us will still be alive by 2063. To our grandchildren, probably. But it is a 50-year plan, segmented into 5 decadal plans. So we've just completed the first decade. But it has a vision, a mission, and values. So the vision is that we want an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens. So this is where citizens become very important. Driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. So this is the vision that we want to achieve by 2063. There's a mission. The mission is encarved in the 7 aspirations. I hope all of you know that there are 7 aspirations in Agenda 2063. How many goals do we have in Agenda 2063? 20 goals. So 7 aspirations, 20 goals. So I don't want to reiterate, but this is the vision that we want to achieve by 2063. So it is a shared strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development for Africa. Most of the time there's the question of what is the difference between the SDGs and Agenda 2063? Which one is subservient to the other? Actually, Agenda 2063, the inspirations of Agenda 2063 was what gave birth to the SDGs. When the Agenda 2063 were being formulated, the ideas is what actually created the SDGs. So if we implement Agenda 2063, invariably 90% we are implementing the SDGs. But this message has not gotten down clearly to policymakers and even to ordinary citizenry as to the framing of Agenda 2063. So I think about 2 years ago, the heads of state mandated AUDA, AUC to do 2 things. 1, evaluate the first decade of implementing the agenda to see where we stand, and then come up with a second 10-year plan. So there were 2 main objectives that we were tasked to do. Evaluate the first 10-year and then come up with a second 10-year plan. So how did we go about it? This is the various dimensions of the methodology that was used for the evaluation process. We had national consultations, intensive national consultations, in which 38 countries actually submitted reports through the national consultations, which means that some countries did not submit data. So the issue of data gaps that we are talking about, you can see it clearly here. So just 2 weeks ago, we were in Abuja trying to capacitate the other 17 countries that did not submit any data for the evaluation process. So that's 38 out of 55 countries. We also had focus group discussions. We had a popular survey. We also did key informant interviews. We had a couple of specialized studies, and then we did DEX reviews. So these were all the methodologies that were used in the evaluation of the first decade of implementing Agenda 2063. I wouldn't go through these statements, but there were about 5 or 6 dimensions of the evaluation process. We look at issues of relevance, and the relevance means that the extent to which national, regional, and continental development priority respond to the agenda. Okay. We also look at issues of coherence, where we assess the extent to which the agenda was compatible with the development framework at national and regional level. But in this presentation, I'll be looking at the issues of effectiveness. Effectiveness actually looks at how well did we meet the targets that we did set for ourselves. And that is how we measure the effectiveness. So in the recommendations that we'll be looking at, mainly we'll be talking about the effectiveness, which is how well did the countries achieve the targets. There were also issues of efficiency. We did not go too far in terms of impact evaluation because of the time constraint and also the resources that were available to the team. And then we also looked at issues of sustainability, but I wouldn't be talking about these 3 dimensions. I'll mainly be referring to the effectiveness. So in terms of effectiveness, you can see clearly, colors are very powerful. So from this table, what can you ascertain? In terms of, we have 20 goals, and in each of the 20 goals, we have targets and indicators. You could clearly see that the continent is actually slow in terms of achieving the targets that were set in our Agenda 20, the first 10-year plan. Averagely, we're sitting around 39%. And when we were in school, if you get 39 over 100, here when we were presenting to the ambassadors, we said moderately, but actually, we have performed woefully. That's what it means. And partly because the first 10-year plan did not envisage the shocks that we had. We had COVID pandemic, Russian-Ukraine war. In between, there was Ebola for the west part of the country, of the continent. And recently, we are having a lot of coup d'etats, which is destabilizing the continent, right? Having a ripple effect. So issues of resilience was one of the weakest elements in the first 10-year plan, and we did not actually plan for that. And that is one of the recommendations that we are picking into the second 10-year plan. So out of about, I think we have about 60, almost to 70 indicators, only 13 were outstanding. Majority were actually poor and negative. Majority. Okay. These were some of the main issues in terms of the poor performance. You can see that here, when we talk about vulnerable groups, particularly during the COVID pandemic, actually the continent actually was regressing. Most of the gains were wiped off and we were actually going backwards in terms of performance. And this is not particular to a country, this is an aggregate, right? At an aggregate level, 38 countries at an aggregate level. Now, in terms of sustainability, these were some, and this is qualitative measure, the one Richard was talking about. Resources deployed to support the Agenda 2063 implementation was inadequate. Governance structure at all levels for effective leadership of the Agenda 2063 implementation weak. Okay. Public awareness, participation, what we are discussing here, very low. So these are, and I'm trying to paint a bleak picture. It doesn't mean that there weren't success story. In the report, there are success story, but I want to start on the negative so that we see the importance of what we are doing here and why it matters. So some key findings, and this can be found in the table. Political structures, we need technical support. Coordination is a critical issue. And issues of resource mobilization, quite important for the implementation. If you look at the SDGs, there are structures in place, enormous resources to support that mechanism. But if you marry that with Agenda 2063, it's like day and night. Okay. Then we also have issues of the flagship projects. How many flagship projects do you think the continent has for the implementation of Agenda 20? How many? Don't answer, you have the right answer. Let others also. How many flagship projects? Are you even aware that the continental, we have flagship projects? One of them is the free trade area. It's a flagship project, right? And that's one of the success stories, although we are not yet there. But majority of these flagship projects were not, majority of these projects were not adequately implemented because most of them were capitally intensive. If you look at the Inga Dam, very capital intensive. So we have 15 flagship projects, about 70% non-completion. Whoever is calling is really determined, eh? Yeah. So majority of them were not executed. So the question that we did ask ourselves, so do we carry all 15 flagship projects into the second decade? Are all of them of a priority for the implementation of the second 10-year plan? Or we can stagger them or sequence them. So that analysis has been done because you need to prioritize. The fiscal space is limited. You can't do everything, right? You can't build in the Inga Dam whilst you are implementing the CFTA, build high-speed train. So which one comes first? And that analysis is what we are looking at in the second 10-year plan. So these are some of the key findings for the flagship project. There are some progress, particularly if you look at the African free continent, the free trade area. It's a success story. More than 40 countries have ratified that agreement. I'm not sure about Eswatini. You wanted it here, isn't it? They wanted the secretariat. Eswatini wanted the secretariat here, and my home country beats them up. Anyway, so these are some of the success stories, but there are limited progress in a number of them. almost 10 of them have slow progress. So there's a need for reprioritization and sequencing for the next decade. Lessons learned. The design of the first 10-year plan was adequate, but there were some weaknesses. For instance, we did not take into consideration the shocks and issues of resiliency. We did not put in place adequate implementation arrangement for domestication. Okay. And here I want to highlight this one: insufficient awareness and popularization of the agenda at national and subnational level. Not a lot of engagement was conducted for that element. Okay. Here, I already alluded it in my opening remarks. We need political support for the agenda. So these are some of the main recommendations. We need specific mitigation measures and resiliency in the plans going forward, right? So issues of forecasting becomes quite important. We need proper mapping of regional, national, and sectorial development plan and align them to the agenda. This has not been adequately done, and we must actually improve on that. And we must ensure that we have predictable and sustainable source of funding for the agenda. So these are some of the findings coming out of the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. It's not exclusive. I deliberately just took a set of it, particularly for the discussions that we are having. You could clearly see that in fact, in Richard's country, one senior person told us that, look, have you seen the back of my wall? You see the logo there? That's the SDGs. You see, there's no Agenda 2063 logo here. That's a clear indication that the agenda is not popular. You don't need any indicator. That is an indicator that tells you that it's not popular. And that is where we are placing a lot of emphasis in the second 10-year plan. So I want to briefly, I hope I'm still in time, Wandley. I'll briefly look at the second 10-year plan quickly so that we can open the space for deliberations and questions. The evaluation process is not perfect. We did our best. We're constrained in terms of resources, technical capacity. So I know there are a lot of gaps that needs to be filled. However, going into the second decade, the first decade of implementing Agenda 2063, we call it a decade of convergence. Progress has been made, but the progress is slow. But you can bear with me that before 2013, the continent actually was not coming well together. Currently, you can assert that increasingly, Africa is taking common position. Even if you realize recently, the couple of months, the African leaders making strong comment in the global arena. So you could see that the continent is actually coming together, taking common position as one. Previously, we didn't have that. Okay. The regional economic communities are becoming stronger and stronger. SADC, ECOWAS, COMESA, becoming stronger and stronger. And by and large, the continental framework is being used as a guiding instrument for bilateral and multilateral partners. So we consider the first decade of implementing Agenda 2063 as a decade of convergence. The continent is coming together. However, you saw the poor results. The world is actually racing. So the second 10-year plan, starting from 2024 to 2033, we are classifying that as a decade of acceleration. Speed is of essence. Already we've lost a lot of the gains by COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war, all the shocks. So we need to speed up in terms of implementing the various programs that will get us to those targets. We consider the third decade as a decade of impact, the fourth to be stable, and then the fifth decade to have the global influence that we do wish for. So I've already alluded to this, so I wouldn't want to go. So how did we come about in terms of the prioritization for the second decade plan? We used the same methodology we used for the evaluation process. We had national consultations, focus group discussions, popular surveys, and key informants. In fact, in the popular survey, there was something that was coming out. We look at aspirations and priorities, and you could see that issues of industrialization is top of what the public actually thinks should be the priorities for the next decade. So in the second 10-year plan, there is a new word that we have introduced. We call it moonshot. And initially when it was introduced, I was in the room. I said, I don't agree with this word. I'm not even going to mention it. But by and large, the politicians are buying into it. All the ambassadors in Addis have bought into that word moonshot, that all the technical working group members have to agree to it. Just about 4 days ago, we presented this to the ambassadors in South Africa, and they also bought into it. So what do we mean by moonshot? Are they different from the aspiration? Is it a new word that is coming? Actually, it's not a new word. We picked it from a couple of guys like Madiba, like John Kennedy, that we choose to go to the moon not because it's an easy task, but because it's a difficult task to do. So when you are developing any plan, you need ambition. You need to be ambitious. It's a 10-year plan. You cannot just pick the targets for the first 10 years and just increase them. You need to be a bit ambitious. And that is why we are using the word moonshot. So in the second 10-year plan, we have 7 moonshots. 7 moonshots. The first moonshot is that by 2033, we want every African country to attain at least middle income status. First moonshot. Second moonshot, we want Africa to be more integrated and connected. So this talks about economic integration. Third moonshot, we want our public institutions to be more responsive. Okay. Fourth moonshot, we want Africa to resolve all conflict amicably. We don't want any more coup d'etats like the region I come from. We like the gun too much. We like the gun, so we want to resolve all conflict amicably. Fifth moonshot, African values are explicit and promoted, talking about African culture. Sixth moonshot, every African citizens are more empowered and productive. This is where, the sixth moonshot is where we perform woefully in the first decade plan. And then lastly is about African voice in the global arena. So these are the 7 moonshots that we want to attain. So the question we ask ourselves is, how would we know that by 2033 we have actually achieved all these 7 moonshots? How are we going to know? The only way we can ascertain whether we've achieved these 7 moonshots is by targeting and prioritization. That's the only way. So if you look at the first moonshot, that every African member state should attain a middle income status, we have about 7 priorities. The first priority is about income, jobs, and decent work. Second priority is about poverty, inequality, and hunger. And in each of these priorities, we have targets. So we can pick one of them. The first target says that increase, actually that is wrong, increase 20 23 per capita income of every African country to at least 3,048 market exchange rates USD. And I tell you, we had about almost 3 months actually looking at the models to come up with that figure. It wasn't just a thrown in. So we use the forecast model to ascertain that if you look at the per capita income of the combined per capita income of Africa, this is how the growth has been from 2013. And you could see there is a dip here. Why do you think there's a dip here? COVID, right? Right. Then we picked up a bit. All right. But if all the 55 countries do not do anything, what we call business as usual. If we implement the programs the way we are implementing at national level, you will see that by 2033, we are not going to reach even 3,000 per capita income, to be around 2,600. But if you are ambitious enough, and we have a number of interventions that we put in the model, then by 2033, we expect that every African country should have a per capita income of 3,000 market exchange rate plus. Now, we know that countries use different economic classification. Others use IMF, some use the World Bank. Recently, richest countries says they were middle income countries. So there's a lot of debates around it, but you need to come to a consensus as to which one, right? Because the issue about Agenda 2063 is about negotiation, that we all have different views, but let's come together and have a common view of things. So, and that's exactly what we did. Now, to achieve the first moonshot, there are key drivers. The first moonshot is about economic growth. So you cannot have that growth, the per capita income, without industrialization and value add. Very key driver. You need good governance. There's no way you can have economic growth projection without peace and security. Good governance is a key. You need also agricultural productivity and production. So these are 3 key drivers that we did identify, amongst other interventions for achieving Moonshot 1. We can look at another example. If you look at agricultural input dependence as net of demand, and currently the continent is sitting at, I think, around, we're sitting almost like 10, almost 13%. Okay. Now, if we do continue implementing our agricultural programs as we are doing what we call business as usual, this dependence is only going to increase. Which means that if we don't change course, our dependence on agricultural import is just going to increase. We have cut up Malabo for agriculture, but the implementation is the issue. There's a new block in town, a new child in town called food systems, and all countries are hanging on to it. We have African common positions on food systems. So the problem is not about taking positions. The problem is about implementation. So what we did is, let's take all these common positions and inject them into the model. When member states implement, then this dependence is actually going to decrease. Actually, we can actually eradicate that dependence by 2033 if we implement all the policies. Same thing for agricultural yields. I wouldn't want to go through all the graphs, but these are the other considerations for attaining Moonshot 1. We can take another Moonshot 6, which is about citizens being more productive. And here I want to pick on 1. Maternal mortality, which is the number of deaths per 100,000 births. You can see the picture. Although it's declining, is declining. The pace is a bit slow. So in the model, we have about 6 interventions. One of them is primary health care, increasing the budget for the health force, and I think there are about 4 of them. And all these have continental frameworks. So we just input into the model the implementation of it, and you could see how sharply we can actually decline this path. So what we did in the second 10-year plan is for each of the moonshots, you can't do everything, but in management, there's something we call critical success factor. And what is that? It means that you need to have some critical intervention that you cannot do away with. It's a must that every country needs to come to the table to implement. And for each one of them, we've identified not more than 4 what we are calling catalytic interventions for each of the moonshots. And there are programs for each one of these areas to help us to get to that moonshot, each one of them. This is the theory of change that we do have. I wouldn't spend a lot of time here. But one of the issues that actually was missing in the first 10-year plan is this enabler called the sub-national level. If you critically look at the first 10-year plan, most of the indicators were set at the national level. Here, we want to come at, because if you want impact is at the sub-national level. Because even if you look at national budgeting process, the delivery is at the municipal assembly. So here, the emphasis is on the sub-national level. The other enablers, I think we all already know of it, so I wouldn't want to bore you with it. But one of the key caveats here is that you should know that the agenda is implemented at national level. What the AU, the REX do are what we call implementation support. So if that is the equation, then when you are costing the plan, you have to factor into your costing the national development plan's costing. And that is a key message that we are trying to tell our political leadership, that the AU is not responsible for implementing the agenda. It is the member states that must implement. Who builds the schools? Member states. However, you need catalytic interventions at regional and continental level to support the process. And that is the key message that because in the first 10-year plan, that wasn't well communicated, and we need to communicate better. There are 3 pathways, and I think I've already alluded to this. We have the national level integration, flagship project, and continental program. These are the enablers. But I want to get to this last slide of mine so that I don't become like a teacher. And this is a powerful slide. Most of the time we talk about domestication, isn't it? And usually when we talk about domestication or alignment, we go to the national development plans and look at the priorities. If the priorities are also aligned to the 7 moonshot, then it's aligned. No, that is not domestication or alignment. Domestication is about negotiation, that Eswatini can do whatever they want as a country because you are sovereign. But in the interest of the continental movement, can you actually adjust your plan so that it is in line with the continental direction? We know for primary healthcare, you can do whatever you want. But can we have a template as a continent as to how we are moving together for primary healthcare? And that is the meaning of domestication. So if we don't do that, we are going to end up in the first one where we are all pulling in different directions, and we will come back to the red colors by 2033 that we've not achieved anything. So, Rwanda, I'm ending here, and I want this picture to stay on the screen, all right, whilst we discuss. And I'm deliberately doing this because the ambassador of South Africa, when we presented, he said, stay there, don't move this picture. This picture should be there, because that has been our problem. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gideon. From the presentation, we can see that the importance of data collection is what gives us the picture of where we are firstly and why we are falling short and what needs to be done for us to win. I like this picture as well, and I would love for us to be the one with the green tick going forward. Having said that, we are here to learn more. We know about the Agenda 2063. We are moving on to the next stage, and I am sure we will do better as civil servants, as the public sector, as the private sector. We will just all work together to make our lives much better as Eswatini, as Ghanaians, as you name it. Just worth mentioning, we do have viewers at home. You are free to comment and ask questions on the Eswatini TV page. Do we have any? I'm going to open the floor. Like I mentioned, everyone will speak today. In Seswati, we call it the Bulala system. So I will definitely point. Okay, we have a question.
My name is Joshua, and I want to express my appreciation to Dr. Nimako, for such an insightful presentation. There is no other way to understand the Agenda 2063 than the presentation he gave. But in analyzing the story from the first implementation plan, carry on to the second, which will begin soon. What is, maybe I didn't hear right, but what I didn't really see is the accountability part of it, because the Agenda 2063 is a continental framework that is binding on almost all African countries. And he made mention of certain flagships, that some flagship projects or frameworks that needs to be implemented. And he made mention of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is being implemented and still ongoing. And we understand that about 40 countries so far have signed up. However, it is still, I'm just using that as an example, because it is still difficult to actually realize, though 40 countries have signed up for this Continental Free Trade Area, it is still difficult for Africans, young entrepreneurs, to harness the potential on the African continent. So I want to find out, in terms of accountability, how do we hold these member states accountable? Those that have signed up for this flagship, yet there is still no leeway of passage of implementation into their respective countries. Thank you.
And we'll take 3 questions and give it back to Dr. Gideon.
Dr. Nimako, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Paul Kenny from IDEC, Ghana. I want to ask a question on the very last point that he ended, but I will need clarification. I want him to go over again how he explained the domestication, so that he can inform the other comment I want to give. So I actually raised my hands quickly so that people don't ask other questions, and then, so if you can go over the domestication part, because it's a very important point, and then I'll ask my follow-up question.
Where are my Swazi people?
I'm Cecilia Maundu. I'm a journalist, and an African Union Media Fellow. I just have a question. Yesterday when we paid a courtesy call, he said, the doctor said something very important, that Agenda 63 is not very well known, especially to the population, and actually it is targeting the continent. What is the role of media in highlighting this agenda and making sure that people know about it? For example, he gave a very good example of the SDGs. So what role can the media play? And was the media involved when this agenda was being set?
Yeah, these are, thank you very much for the questions, but these are tough questions. Some of them are political and I cannot answer all of them. Others, I think Richard is here. I hope he's listening to the question. I'll throw some to Richard. He's a senior member on this team. The question on accountability is quite important. Remember, the African Union is an intergovernmental organization. It's not like the EU, right, where it is a supranational organization and you can do certain things. So we have to put that into context. The issue of sovereignty is quite a thorn in the flesh, and I could ascertain why Kwame Nkrumah was advocating for unity at that time. So if we're united as one country, probably Ramaphosa will be Minister of Foreign Affairs for Africa. And then you have one country. So that issue has consequences when you talk about accountability, and that is why we have the African peer review mechanism for accountability purposes. But going into the second decade, forget about the first decade, we know we perform poorly. Going into the second decade, if you are saying moonshot, then you need to do things differently. So although it's intergovernmental organization, if you remember my point on political support, the heads of states have to hold each other accountable. When we go to summit, it mustn't be just the camera shows and all that. And here I wrote something here called name and shame. If a country is not doing well, we need to use this name and shame. Like a lot of the misbehaving happening in West Africa, the overthrow of government, they are not misbehaving because probably we are not listening to the youth. The youth have a different dimension, and I'm diverting a bit, but when countries are not performing as they are supposed to be performing, we need to be able, the heads of state need to say, my friend, stop fooling, honestly. We need to move together. And that discussion is more political than technical. It's more political than technical. Most of the issues that we are talking about 20%, 30% is technical. A lot of them are political. And so accountability needs to have this measure of the political support and they themselves holding each other accountable. Once that is sorted, the rest I think may be similar. So Joshua, I don't have answers to your question. But it's like the CFTA that you did mention. Ratification does not mean that you are beneficiating from trade. Actually, the data, when we analyze the first 10-year plan, we are never going to achieve the aspiration of the African Free Trade Continental Area if we don't look at issues of innovation. We don't trade differentiated goods and services. So although intra-African trade is about 14%, the value is very low. I mean, if you look at this country and the neighboring country, they all sell maize across the borders and all that. They are not differentiated goods and services. So for us to actually reap the benefit of the African Free Trade Area, we need to look at the issues of innovation and novelty. And the issues of rules of origin becomes quite important. What we are trading are not differentiated goods and services. Look at Ghana and Togo. Clothes selling across the border. These are not high-value goods and services, and that needs to be taken into consideration. And it relates to the entrepreneurship that you talked about. So we mustn't look at ratification in isolation. It goes with a lot of things, like the corridor approach. You need to look at the roads linking countries. You also need to look at the innovation ecosystem, and all of these goes together. So that is what I would say concerning that. And I'm actually mumbling because I don't have all the answers to your question, IDEC, on domestication. So I'll throw the question back to you. In your view, what has been domestication? We don't have two mics, eh? We have only one.
So initially, I saw it as individual states or countries internalizing these priorities or plans into their national development plans and ensuring that they are implemented. But I think you gave a very wonderful twist, and I want to understand that too.
So what you've just said is the problem. National government making sure that the priorities are internalized and making sure that it is implemented. The last part is what is not done, the implementation part. Most of the times, when we talk about alignment and domestication, we just waive the national development, and that's a PDF document, all right? And then you go to our next where you have priorities, targets, and then they say, okay, Agenda 2063 target and alignment. That is where our problem is. We want to see that Eswatini, how many girl child within a certain age bracket have over the first 5 years of the second decade have acquired tertiary education? And we hold you accountable. When we come, we hold you accountable. Don't tell us indicator one is linked to that. Give us the result. And for me, that is domestication, and that is where the negotiation comes in. Because we have about 4 or 5 years political cycle. The guy comes to power, like my country, Ghana. The guy made a lot of promise. He was going to build about 100 dams and about 100 factories. And up to now, it's been 8 years, we don't even have one. So the guy has a political mandate, and you are bringing your indicators. He told the people he was going to build factories, all right? Not to build schools. So how do you convince such a guy that, look, move away from the factories and build schools because we want to move in that direction? That is the negotiation we are talking about. It is more, it is at an upper level than the PDF document. So it's more political orientation to say, let's all move in one direction. So that is what I meant by that. And in the second 10-year plan, actually we have an annex that explains that concept, that we need a paradigm shift as to how we perceive the domestication and alignment. So now probably you can ask your question. This is the best I can do. And maybe lastly on our media fellow, actually we don't involve the media. We didn't involve them. Even in the second 10-year plan, I'm even ashamed by saying that there wasn't any media consultation in the process. So I think it's something that we have to look at. If you go to most of our airports or even our airlines, there's no adverts in the planes about Agenda 20. Why can we not do that? Before you watch any movie, you have a clip on Agenda 2063. So these are things that actually we need to really work on. Yeah. Thank you.
Do you have any more questions?
Thank you. Mine is just previous 10-year, the first 10-year implementation plan was based on the aspiration and the goals. So now when we are focusing on the moonshots, how will be the reporting? Is it going to be based on the aspiration, like the first 10-year implementation plan, or it will be a different case? Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you for the lovely presentation. Well, I'll have a few questions on why NEPAD hasn't worked on creating linkages between the SDG and Agenda 2063. Then two, we have talked about resource mobilization being a limitation. What is being done, especially to maybe create a financing for development for the African Union for all its programs? Then maybe an emphasis on the 15 flagship project. I heard the presenter talking about them wanting maybe to prioritize, maybe at what stage is that now? Are we gonna leave some of them halfway, or are we planning to take them on? Then is there maybe a report that is comprehensive that can give maybe the key achievements, challenges, lessons learned on Agenda 2063, so that countries are able to see how far they've done and maybe compare themselves with similar economies for their development in the new era? Thank you.
Well, mine is a very short question. It has to do with the short Dr. Dion mentioned about. He said that the implementation of the Agenda 2063 was disrupted by shocks. He mentioned the COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine. I don't know how well we are prepared in the second 10 years, the next decade. How well are we prepared to counter any external shock that may come up?
Okay. This is Dr. Rejoice. This is a tough group. Yeah. So the issue about the moonshots. First of all, the moonshots are not different from the aspiration. If I can go, I don't have my point. Yeah, my pointer is here. Let's go back to it. So if you look at this moonshot closely, who asked the question I was facing? Yes. If you look at it closely, you can see there's a one-to-one mapping to the aspirations. So what we are saying is the agenda is a 50-year plan. We know where we want to be by 2063. But how do we want to see the continent in 2033? So you can consider the moonshot as an intermediate result of a 50-year plan. Yes. And the word moonshot came for political reason, because we were slow in the first decade. So we needed a catchy word that would sell the second decade plan. And there were a lot of words that were thrown. I was against this moonshot, But when I saw the ambassadors catching up and say, yeah, we want that, I said, okay, maybe I have to join the wagon. So it's just a word, a buzzword to sell the plan. So it's the same as the aspiration. So in that case, your second question about the reporting mechanism becomes quite natural. Yeah. Okay. So that was that first question. The second question on linkages to SDGs. Actually, we've done that mapping. I think at goal level, the Agenda 2063 is aligned to the SDGs 90%. At target level, I think about 67% or so. But there's a message that when we presented this to the PRC, there was a message that we sent. And in fact, the president of Egypt, South Africa, and about 5 presidents are going to make a statement in the upcoming UNGA, the UN Assembly. What we are going to tell the world is, in Africa, we have 2 agendas, SDGs, Agenda 2063. But in the next decade, we have 1 implementation framework, and that is the second 10-year plan. So what we are saying to the UN agencies and all the partners is, when you want to come to Africa, don't talk about SDGs, because we are already doing it. We want to see our development in the lens of the second 10-year plan, so that we don't confuse ourselves. What does it do? It helps us to avoid this duplication of effort in terms of reporting to UN and then reporting to Africa. It cuts a lot of cost. And that is the message that we are sending. So, I don't know if I've answered it well. Resource mobilization, that is key. I think here, the emphasis should be on domestic resource mobilization. We need to stop this idea of this foreign aid thing. It's not going to help us to achieve this moonshot. If you look at the quantum of the foreign aid and the GDP that we want in 2033, there's no ways. It's like a small drop in the ocean. So it is high time that we mobilize our own domestic resources to achieve these targets. However, at the AUDA and at the AU level, we need better coordination. So recently we launched what we call Team Africa Resource Mobilization Campaign. And what we did was we brought all the 8 regs together. And we are starting with the EU. So going forward, we are saying that let's go to these partners as one. There's no need of SADC going to EU, ECOWAS going to EU, African Union going to EU, all canvassing for these pickaninnies funds. It doesn't work. So let's come together, have one program document and say, EU, if you want to do anything on the continent, this is the document, and all of us are supporting it. I think that is the way we must approach resource mobilization. And then on the flagship projects, yes, we have done the analysis. It's almost being finalized. Actually, what the ambassadors told us is that we are the experts, analyze all the 15 flagship projects, tell us which one of them must go into the first 5 years of the 10-year plan, which one will go into the second semester of the 10-year plan, and how are we going to do it. So that analysis has been done. I think we can share it. And the report, it can also be shared. And lastly, yeah, so the issue on the COVID pandemic is a tough one, and I don't have an answer to it, because even the models I showed you only use historical data. It can only use the shocks in the past to predict the future, but it cannot tell you whether another shock will happen in the future. And that is something that we must actually work hardly on. What we need in our national planning system is to have buffers. have buffers. And that is something that we have not really looked at in our national budgeting processes. Do we have buffers enough in our national budgeting processes such that when COVID pandemic happens again and there's lockdown, we can have safety net funds for the citizens to shock ourselves, to cushion ourselves up a bit. And this is not my area of work, but it's something that is still on the table. I hope I've not confused you. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gideon. Actually, this presentation helped a lot of us, highly informative indeed. I've crafted a statement here. I'm not sure I will need your comment because I like your observation that the regs, they are far ahead compared to the African Union. And I also like the last slide, which is depicting that it seems domestication is the way, the domestication approach is the way to go. It seems like domestication is the way to go. But what I've crafted here reads thus: for Africa to become a self-reliant, a fully developed continent in our lifetime, so much of it lies in the hands of civil servants. So I want to find out from you. I'm saying actually what motivated my statement is the fact that I just digged a little bit, and in summary, I can safely say in all the African countries, the civil service is the largest employer. Having said that, what is it that the African Union is doing in terms of capacity building? Because as you know that in almost all our governments, you know that every employee there will tell you that it's a relaxed kind of environment. I don't know, there is need for some upskilling, reskilling. Let's change the mindset. If we say civil servants, we are civil servants, that means we are serving. I don't know if maybe we need to change the mindset in terms of serving. I liked the approach of Rwanda because it seems like they are, from what I have observed, I don't know for those who are on the ground, but what I have observed when they, is that it seems government is even more efficient than the private sector. Thus, if we can just ensure that maybe all governments in Africa are taking that approach, I'm sure things can change. It can be easy to implement our Agenda 2063. Okay, one, issues of capacity. How are you going to tackle that? Then, domestication. Actually, we can tell our own story because when establishing the Department of Research, we didn't know where to start. So the only documents that we used, we decided to collect let's collect documents from SADC, from the African Union, from the other regs. Then we checked what are the priority areas. So thus we approached it from that, we used that approach, and it worked very well because come reporting, we also checked our development plan. Then we aligned it with the regional ones. Then we realized we were winning at national level in terms of reporting. We're reporting what is relevant, even at regional level. If SADC needs results from us in terms of implementation, how far, we could easily report. The same thing applies to the African Union. You need results. Same thing applies to the United Nations. So it was easy for us because whatever information we needed was relevant actually to all the organization, regionally and international ones. So thus, I just want to congratulate you. You have done your homework. I think it's a good approach in terms of the domestication. Thank you.
Thank you. Since I'm closer to you, let me reflect on the last part. I think is more of a comment. So, but on the issue of the public sector, it's true. Most of our economies, 50+% is driven by the public sector, and so the question is, if 50% of your economy actually is public sector driven, why are you not paying particular attention to that sector? And for lack of better word, allowing it to lie fallow and not innovate. So if you remember a couple of years ago, we were here doing public sector innovation measurement. It was a start of an idea that we had, that we need to look at the innovation in the public sector and not just in the private sector. Because once you have the public sector innovating, it will have ripple effect in the other sectors. And luckily, our new CEO, when she came, actually launched a big program. And one of the pillars is about public sector innovation. So it is something that we need to look at closely, because it's not just a matter of measurement. It's also a matter of making the public sector as attractive as possible. One country that has really done it well is the United States, where you can have people moving from the private sector to the public sector, because the incentives are provided and the platforms are there for you to do that. Let me tell you, let's be blunt. Public sector is woefully paid. I mean, the incentives is not there for even the youngsters to move into the public sector. So whilst you are looking at innovating, you also have to look at the incentive mechanisms to make it as attractive as possible for this cross-pollination between the private and the public sector. Quite an important area of work. So I think that we are doing something, but I think the pace is slow, and it's because we lack a lot of funding to speed up that work. So the need for capacity is quite important, and we take cognizance of that. Yeah. Over.
I heard that you have this on TV, so I have to stand up. Thank you very much. I don't want your TV to only show my back. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add a few things to what Gideon has really very well articulated for us. And that is on a couple of things he said before, which I think there could be other things which we can learn. I'll be speaking a lot in the afternoon, so let me not say many things. I think just on the issue of this accountability issue, And as he has said, being a intergovernmental, African Union being an intergovernmental body, that means that accountability can only be through peer relations. So it's more about peer. And that's why, you know, the African peer review mechanism, actually globally, is known as one of the best frameworks and approaches of how leaders are. There is no other continent that has a peer review mechanism where leaders actually check each other. It's only here in Africa. But of course, things that are only unique for Africa or good in Africa are not always celebrated as much. So people talk like they don't know. But what that review mechanism is supposed to do is that even on things like this, the Agenda 2060 and others, it should be the space where our leaders, and I remember in the days of Thabo Mbeki and others, if you were sent from the country as a representative of your leader, they wouldn't allow you to speak. They said this is a space for peers. So you don't send your foreign minister because you are busy to come and present your report. But the point they were trying to do is to say that this peer review has to be taken seriously because it's a senior, it's a top-level discussion. It's a political consensus building discussion. And I think that's where it is. So it becomes no accountability that is not about answerability where you answer back, but it's about peer reviewing each other. So I think that that's something that maybe we need to emphasize in the second year implementation plan. How we can accelerate and make sure that many more countries are actually doing these peer reviews. And I hear the head of, the CEO for APRM is, the job is up, so I'm also going, I'm also putting in an application after this. But having said that, the other thing which I wanted to just mention about is this, you know, the issue around this 10-year plan and why, for example, when you think about it, I've been around it, skirting around it, at least the first 10 years. I think the whole question of making sure that we socialize, institutions socialize and understand and discuss and debate. You see, what makes the SDG a big thing is because the UN has thrown it into the public. So everybody is catching it, you know. You go to private sector, they do something about it. You go to religious organizations, they can find themselves there. That's what we need to do for our own, you know, Agenda 2063. Because these 10-year plans are our vehicles of taking those aspirations and rolling them down. And actually, for me, what I would say is that while here you are at the level of the aspiration, the moonshot now becomes the vehicle to drive that aspiration. Because in a sense, for 10 years, we are saying there is this 50-year vision, but for these 10 years, how are you going to move? And I think that's where the moonshot comes in. And I think it's a good word. Although now, since people have already been to the moon, maybe we should have said Mars shot. Something where no one has been, or sun shot, as she has said. The other thing I wanted to just mention, which I think is on this SDG, I think it's good that we are going to have leaders who are going to speak. And I feel that because the SDGs are now at halfway, and the Secretary General has asked the world that countries should develop rescue plans. Now, the good thing is Africa now has not just a small rescue plan, but a continental rescue plan. I mean, we can present this as our rescue plan of accelerating the achievements of the SDGs between now and 2030. Because they said they want, I mean, because even the SDGs, it's 12% achievement globally. So let's not beat ourselves too badly. We are a little bit better than the globe because for us at least we do a 30%. Yeah, but the SDGs are 12 or 14% attainment when they did the global analysis. So I think it would be good to maybe to start, also within the context of the SDGs, promoting this as our African rescue plan, to say that if we are to think about a rescue plan for attainment of the SDGs, then this is where we are, because at least we are saying acceleration, and that is critical. Let's see. Yeah, so those are some of the points I just wanted to add. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, we have one last question before I close the session.
Thank you once again. First of all, I wouldn't want to put my whether it's a question or a suggestion, but I just want to emphasize something based on personal experience, trying to juxtapose SDGs and then the Agenda 2063. So what I've realized is that with the SDGs, mostly there is some element, or mostly there is an element of public-private partnership in its implementation. So a lot of the time, regionally or even at country levels, a lot of organizations undertake projects or initiatives that always align to any of the goals within the SDGs. So it's always more like it's always there is always an agenda to push the projects of these organizations through the SDGs, and mostly it's always a hook to get a lot of partners and a lot of people involved at the country level. So what I am suggesting, or what maybe we will have to actually look at in the next 10-year implementation of the Agenda 2063, is to find a way to rope in public-private partnership or private collaboration to scale, the implementation of certain key projects within the Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Last one.
Well, Doc, thank you very much again. My other question, I don't know if there's a comment or a concern, is with the timing of the second plan, 10 years, and how countries are going to adopt them as their plans. Because as we speak now, Nigeria has finished with their elections, and Tinubu had a manifesto, and he's actually going to try what he told the people he's going to do. But we are not actually done with the second 10 years. So you saw that we'll be implementing it around February next year. Ghana next year will also start full election campaign, and I'm sure the party executives have started drafting their manifestos, and political parties, they drive the whole thing. I'm looking at the timing. How are we going to ensure that we meet the timing so that these will actually include some of these moonshot priorities in their plans?
Giving it to Richard, since he was already rescuing me. Okay. So the issue of the private sector, I think, is a good suggestion. One of the issues with the private sector is mostly for profit, right? You need to make sure that they have what we call skin in the game. If they don't see where there is a value add to their what do you call return on investment, they aren't going to give you any attention. So for me, that is where the body of work needs to be. Most of the work needs to be done. Most of the time we talk PPP, but the devil is in the detail. Even this room, I don't think we invited in the private sector. And this is not the first time I'm saying this, and that's not a sweat. Anywhere I go, I say, okay, where is the private sector? So we need to do that in the action and make sure that they have a skin in the game. So that is on the issue of the timing. That's a tough one. We because it's a cycle, and every country has a cycle, the political cycle, and differ from country to country. So you cannot actually have a plan that coincides with all of them. What you can do is to institutionalize the process into the national planning, because even if the political party comes in, they will still have to develop a new, what we call, national development plan, or a new strategy for the period. And that is where I think you can interject and make sure that you work with them hand in hand. In fact, at the AU, what we said was that we shouldn't consider ourselves as different from the national planning processes. Actually, when Eswatini is negotiating with World Bank, AUDA should be on the side of Eswatini. Actually, we should be part of the technical team negotiating. And that is where we can actually catch those things that you are talking about. If we consider ourselves as one of the UN organs, then we've lost the picture. We aren't going to meet it. We are actually part of the member states negotiating with the world. And if that is the case, then we have to be part of the national planning processes. As to the timing, I don't think we can do anything because every country has its own political cycle. But what you have to do is in the doing and making sure that you are part of the process. Thank you.
I was looking, and anyone who did not talk in this session, I will definitely point you in the next one. So what we are gathering here, the power of information, which will help us to implement and inculcate the Agenda 2023, whether it's Dr. Gideon said no SDGs, we have our own now. However, the more we learn, the more we are able to ensure that when we plan, we include all these which are at regional level and the Africa continent level as well. So please the take-home message is, can we go and delve into the Agenda 2023, delve into our SADC strategies. It's concerted effort from all the sectors. The national systems of innovation is a ripple effect. We need to reinforce each other as institutions to make sure that our citizens are well served. As I end the session, you have been amazing. And again, the next session after lunch, I know there'll be a test, so make sure you are ready for the pop quiz. We will be back here at 2 o'clock. Yeah, at 6 minutes past 2, we will all be back here for the next session. Thank you very much.
Now that we have sorted it out, the meaning is that when you grow, luxury is not an option. That's the meaning of my name. That in times of austerity, luxury is not an option. So I'll ask you, what is the meaning of your name at some point when you tell us, I hear tomorrow morning. But having said that, first of all, I want to thank all of you and, of course, our colleagues here at the Ministry of ICT for this opportunity to be able to speak to this handbook. I was the consultant that developed it, and I've been following it and working with the AUDA to disseminate it. The beauty of the situation is that now it is published, so I don't need to take you through the whole thing letter by letter, no. because it's published, you can also read it. I hope you have received it in your emails, if you are reading your emails. If you are not, you will get it. Anybody who registered, I'm sure, they told me they will be sending it over to all of you. So, so in a sense, what I'll be doing is really to just highlight. And what I want to do is to have an interactive session, because we have competing interests. One of the interests is in our stomach. We have just finished lunch, and the energy has to either go here or here. So I'm not sure how many people will be listening to me. The other advantage or disadvantage is that the cameraman has two very bright lights on me. And the problem with that is that sometimes I can't see the expression on your face very well. So cameraman, if I walk to the other side, you will have to follow me. Thank you very much. Now that we have sorted out all the logistical things, let's go to the presentation. Now, who knows about the African Union Agenda 2063? Who knows about it? You have just told us, yes, that's what I wanted to hear, that everybody knows about it. Okay? So what this citizen handbook for citizen engagement is, it's a very interesting document. It is interesting because when my sister from Uganda who lives in Tanzania asked me this morning that the handbook feels very government-centric, I told her that yes, it is actually a handbook that we developed to help government, not just leaders, practitioners within government on how they should do citizen engagement. So it comes from a perspective of how those people within the member states who are in charge of citizen engagement can actually do it. And it complements the online platform that you'll be hearing about. So that's what it is. The other thing to add is that it is a handbook. The beauty about Lesotho and Southern African countries is here you drive new cars. You actually get new cars, not so from South Africa, don't you? In the country where I come from, ours, the cars come from many places, and none of them ever comes with a manual. But I'm sure here your cars are, because the guy who, brought me from the airport yesterday was in a brand new car. So I say, okay, this is good. In my country, every car is second hand. The only new cars are for the president and ministers and those kind. Even the MPs, the members of parliament, have old cars, so those ones are like me. But I wanted to say that anybody who drives a new car, you know that you'll always get a small book with your car. Okay? Now, that small book, which is sometimes called a handbook or a manual, its use is not to teach you how to drive. Isn't that so? The assumption of a handbook in a car is not that you don't know how to drive. The assumption is you know how to drive, but we are now teaching you how to drive this car properly. Actually, not teaching you how to drive, but to guide you how to drive. So the assumption we are making here is all of you know how to drive. Okay? So we are not going to teach you anything new. We are just going to tell you that the handbrake is here. This is how the speedometer works. This is how this works. I always want to make that differentiation clear at the beginning, because sometimes people wake up and tell me, no, Richard, all those things you have talked about, we do them. Of course you do them. That's the thing. You turn up in a Toyota Fortuner, whatever. Yeah, yes, you've been driving. But if you sit in it, you may find there are a couple of things that you need to adjust to. So that's the way we should look at this handbook. Okay, so that is just for clearance of the space. You had a pointer. Was it only for big people or even small people can? Even small people can borrow. Okay. Now that I know I'll get a pointer, I'll use it to show you the next slide. But in the meantime, if you can just go to the next slide. So as we wait for her to transit, so the handbook has parts. When you read it after you've opened your email, they didn't bring hard copies because I think, we are now trying to save trees. And the ICT people, we are under the director of ICT, so we knew that if she would say, but there is a digital revolution, how come you were left behind? But the idea is that you can read it online, and the way that's how it is. But it has a number of parts. When you read the document, it has a background, and then it goes into a number of things. But in terms of what it is, in terms of the process, AUDA did the AU Development Agency, did commission this work, and the idea was to prepare a handbook and produce it so that there is a document that highlights how citizen engagement would look like. And what the handbook does is that it provides what I've called systematic guidance. Systematic in a sense that it's not all over. We take a few ways of doing and try to simplify how that happens. And it focuses on things like what are the approaches, what are the tools, what are the mechanisms for engagement. So that is what it does. And in a sense, it's about how can you do citizen engagement within the context of the Agenda 2063. So it's not that it can only be used for that, but it is being done within that context. Okay. Now I'm digitally empowered, so I'll be doing many things as I go along. Yeah, you've lost your job, but that's what happens when technology is there. Some people lose jobs. So I'm sorry you've lost your job, but I'll find another job for you. So that's the thing about it, that we write it within the context of the Agenda 2063, but also within the context of this second year development, they say the second 10-year implementation plan. Reason being, as you've been told already, that if we are going to do acceleration, one of the things that we have to sort out is how well are we doing when it comes to how we engage with citizens. So that's what the handbook is about. Now, that's the outline of the handbook. You have a chapter on the AU agenda, about the handbook itself, and then another chapter that talks about some of the frameworks and protocols in which it is anchored. Then we have a section that talks about the concepts and the dimensions, and another one that talks about the principles for engagement, then enabling factors, and then the approaches to engagement. Now, in terms of the section on the purpose, it's just just to tell you that this is what you'll find in the handbook, that it supports the African Union organs, the RECs, the member states, with issues of citizen engagement processes and how to do it much more constructively and intentionally. Because sometimes you can engage with people and you are engaging without being intentional. But the idea here is to make that engagement intentional. It builds on ongoing processes that we have had over time, and it aims at helping the users better understand specific approaches. So the idea is we propose some specific approaches, and then those are the ones we look at. And with citizen engagement, governmental bodies involve citizens in decision-making processes related to how to implement public policies. So the Agenda 2063, as we had, is an Africa agenda, Africa-wide, supported by our own heads of states, implemented through our national development planning processes in different countries. Now, that means that at the end of the day, it should work for citizens. Because the president here, the king, every head of state works for their benefit of the citizens. So that is what this purpose of this handbook is about. Now, to do so, we know that they have to provide citizens with tools to consult and access public information. To do so, that comes from the other side. Governments and institutions have to provide tools and approaches to say, okay, if I'm to consult with citizens, how do I consult? In my country, we have many different types of consultations. Some people, can put together a huge public rally, and only one person speaks, and they say, but we consulted with citizens. Okay? You have seen those ones. They say, we are going to do citizen consultation. Somebody turns up. You have citizens assembled in a big place like this, and I say, I have consulted. Other places, I know NGOs and other civil society organizations have, criticized governments that sometimes you send them a document which is 150 pages and tell them the workshop is tomorrow morning, please give us comments. And the document has arrived at 5 p.m. after close of business. And then in the morning they wake up, they say a few things in the meeting, some of them incoherent, then you say, we've consulted with citizens. So there are many approaches to consulting. But then there are others who actually have processes where they send out documents with the people for a number of days, and then they come back with comments, then you discuss, or you hold a town hall meeting, you pass the microphone around. So all those are approaches to consultation. But what we are doing here is just to show you systematically how does citizen engagement look like. And we know that countries do citizen engagement. So we are not asking that, as I said, we are not teaching you how to drive the car, but we are giving you a handbook to allow you to navigate this new car called the Agenda 2063, and the second 10-year, is the second 10-year implementation plan. So as a consequence, if a governmental body aims to engage with citizens, it must integrate this engagement in its own governance strategy as a policy development, as well as policy development, so that it can implement, have a cycle that is clear. Hence, this handbook is really to help with that, to ensure that there is a way in which you can take this and put it within your own structure of engaging with citizens. Okay? So, who is it for? It's for all of you. Okay? This is what this slide says. It is for all of you. What it is that when we say in citizen engagement, citizens are understood as the ultimate beneficiary and client of development institutions. So, at the end of the day, when you're a civil servant, when you are whatever you are, you work towards ensuring that the citizens of this country are benefiting from the development processes, from the policies that the country is benefiting. So ultimately, while this handbook is yours as a person within a public institution, the ultimate beneficiary should be citizens. Why? Because at the end of the day, they are when you consult better, they are more happier. When you consult badly, they are the ones who suffer. And citizens can act as individuals or organize themselves in associations. So when we say the beneficiaries are citizens, we are not talking about you only thinking about these as one person everywhere, but it could be different formulations of citizens, either in groups, associations, individuals, and all. At any point, if you want to say anything, you can shoot up your hand. I encourage that to happen, especially in the afternoon. If you feel like you want to sleep, you also put up your hand and say, Richard, I have a small issue. I want to say something. Even if you don't say anything, I'll know you'll have wanted to sleep and then you have woken up, okay? So use it as a strategy, putting up your hand if you feel sleepy. Okay? So, in this context, the concept of citizen is not used in a legal sense, okay? But it is understood in a broad sense, referring to all people in society or in a country, and it is an inclusive and non-discriminatory. You know, for people like me who have come from a country where we have the highest number of refugees, the way we use this word citizen can become complicated. When you talk about citizen engagement, you say, you are talking about engaging only with those with national IDs. How about us who turned up not because of our own fault, but because something happened to our country? Can we also be participating? Or there are people who say, you know, me, I was born on the border. You know, so we don't want to go into those kinds of discussions. This is an all-inclusive, non-discriminatory concept. It's not in a legal sense, because when you talk about citizenship legally, then there are very specific provisions for citizenship. So when we say citizen engagement, please don't go to when you call a meeting and you say, where is your national ID? You put it there, then you enter and you consult. No. This is about all people that are living in a territory. Yes, please do.
The word is citizen engagement. So if you look at the democratic dispensation of a country and people participating in the national discourse through voting and all that, how do you marry the two? That's number one. Number two, you know the AU through the ECOSOC system is channeling this accreditation system for civil society. Can you give a little bit of comment? I'm opposed to that system, but can you give a little bit of comment? Because this area has context-specific issues, and country by country can perceive it differently. How do you marry that? Yeah.
I can confirm that question has nothing to do with his being sleepy. He's very alive. So first of all, on issues around when we say citizen engagement, I think the first thing to say is that yes, citizens, and that's why I said we have to say it clearly, that when we talk about citizens, we are not talking about the legal definition of who is a citizen. Because when you use that legal definition, then it has to come through the legal frameworks of a country, either the constitution or whatever, and how they define a citizen. Okay? In some countries, it depends on if you were born there. In other countries, you should have arrived during a certain year. Like in Uganda, if you arrived during a certain year, you are a citizen. If you arrived after that year, we doubt you. So you have to be careful. But we don't want to use that. What we are using here is citizen as an English word, which is all-inclusive, which is talking about people and how they are part of society. We could have called it a people's engagement strategy, but you know, that can also sound very, woolly is the word. I don't know any other way to call it. But that's the idea behind this. Now, you talked about I think I'll talk about it a little bit later because the AU is putting together an accreditation process for civil society organizations. Because civil society organizations essentially are citizens' organizations, technically speaking, or interest group organizations. So I think what the AU is trying to do is to say, for those who turn up and say we want to engage with the African Union, is there a modality through which we can say you are an authentic institution? Because I don't know in this country, but in my country there are people who turn up in suits like me. And they arrive in a workshop. And they say, you know, I come from this organization that has 990 members. And we work in this place and this place. And when you check, they don't even have an office. They don't even have an address. They are, those days we used to call them briefcase organizations, but these days we call them USB organizations. They move around with this thing. And it has their constitution, it has their human resource, it has their logo, it has their letterhead, it has everything. So anytime you want something, they just plug in and send you. So for you, you can be there thinking, hey, this man is very efficient. Every email they answer must be an efficient meeting. But the guy is actually sitting behind you in a workshop, answering everything you want. Say, no, please send the document to my office. They will reply. So you send the document to his office and he replies just from behind you. So that is what the AU is trying to cure. That you don't want to have such people. And actually, I used to be the presiding officer of the African Union Economic and Social Cultural Council, which is the organ doing this. And we had some guys in that General Assembly, and even in their country, they are not known. But they turn up for our General Assembly and they say, I'm from Libya. They say, oh, you are from Libya. You ask the Libyan ambassador, is there an organization called this? They say, no, that one is not there. So to cure that, that's why they want to do an accreditation system so that citizens' organizations that come for engagement are authentic and can actually go back and report and also engage using that process. So that is just to answer those two. So this handbook is therefore intended primarily to be used by member African Union staff, organs, REX. REX is not a brand of cigarettes, which used to be there in my country. It means regional economic communities. Partners can be anybody, but also stakeholders as well as citizens. For meaningful and intentional engagement in a broad range. So while we say that this handbook helps you to say this is how you can engage when you're working within the context of the AU Agenda 2063, it is not only for that. It can be used in a broad range of ways. And it is intended to be used at different levels. It can be at continental, it can be at country level, it can be at regional level, it can be at subnational level. It can even be used at a local level for CSOs. There is actually another handbook. Actually, the other one is a toolkit that one of the organs of the African Union developed, the AU ECOSOC, African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council. It developed a toolkit for citizen participation. And the idea, that one defines for you how citizens themselves would be part of this process. Okay. The focus of the handbook is to provide guidance in terms of structured tools and mechanisms, and it helps us to strengthen the dialogue that you would have as an AU organ. Okay? It is imperative to note that there is a difference. So when we talk about citizen engagement, and you have heard that I've been talking about citizen engagement, there is a difference between citizen engagement and citizen participation. Now, in order for us to wake up, I'm going to ask, when I say the word citizen engagement, you write down for me what comes to your mind in one word. All of you have these hotel writing pads and a pen. So I don't need to distribute pens and writing pads. So you put the word citizen engagement, then under it, just write, this is what comes to my mind. I didn't ask you for the meaning. I asked you for what comes to your mind. You know, these minds of ours, many things pop up. So I just want to know what pops up first. You know those things that pop up when you go online? Yes. So what pops up in your mind? In yours, at least your intelligence is not artificial. So in artificial, to do the writing. Somebody said there will be tests this afternoon. So you anticipated. And I will give marks for those who have written the things that pop up. Not the ones that they have read anywhere. You know, these days, there is a place I was, and I was facilitating with a young person. I won't say if he was a boy or girl. And for every word I said that they didn't understand, they had their phone there, they would quickly Google it. And I said, now, this world has become too complicated. Everything you have to Google it. Please don't Google citizen participation during this session. And then you write it. Okay, where is our mic? You took our mic away. Can we have it? Are you the one who took it? We can only use this one. Oh, I am told that there is only one mic that can be used. So we shall use this one, and then we hear a few. Please put up your hand, so we can choose you. Who wants to say what popped up in their mind? You choose, okay. There's someone who is choosing. And people are not allowed to choose.
Yes.
Okay, citizen engagement. I thought of involvement of the citizens. Actually, I think, yeah, in both, the involvement, cuts across.
Explaining what this one word popped up is. I have Tinkundla under engagement. Basically, it is the addressing, well, in my mind, is the addressing at different constituencies. And then for participation, I thought some form of voting. Yeah.
I want the element of surprise.
On board, I wrote being part of it. Yeah, being part of it. Yeah. Yeah.
For citizen engagement, I wrote consultation For citizen participation, I wrote involvement. For citizen engagement, I thought of them being having a contribution from probably for the project that is going on in their communities. For participation, I thought of them being given a certain role by the time that the project that is being taking place in their community.
Thank you. For citizen engagement, I thought of dialogue. And then for citizen participation, I thought of involvement.
Okay, there were 3 pop-ups for citizen engagement: unity, discussions, and collaboration.
Thank you. Tembilani Hlabatsi from the National Archives. Under citizen engagement, I have dialogue and communication, and then under citizen participation, inclusivity popped up. I thought of the quota system that we have in Parliament for including women. We have 4 women, 4 regional MPs.
Or should I?
Thank you. Happiness Mabuza from the library. Citizen engagement, I said it's being consulted and participation, involvement in maybe in a project.
Good afternoon. I'm Ayanda Mabila from the Royal Science and Technology Park. With citizens engagement, I thought of involving citizens or the public. It can be through meetings or dialogue. Then participation for me was just to mobilize citizens to engage in public debate, give input or contributions.
Okay, my name is Kwili Dlamini. I'm from the Ministry of ICT. For me, citizen engagement, what popped up was conversations with the people in the context of focus groups or qualitative research. And then citizen participation was getting the general population to take part in conversations that influence them.
The person who passed the mic around. Because I gave her a new job. The other job was not very, didn't you? And please also clap for yourselves. You know, in my church, the pastor says that the only way to get people to listen to the word of God is to keep clapping for God. Remember, when you clap in church, it is not because there is happiness. Sometimes it is to continuously keep you awake. So, there are very interesting insights that you brought out in terms of the words that popped up. Words like consultation, voting, involvement, contribution, dialogue, discussion, inclusivity, conversation, community, taking part, and all, and many more. But I just want to say that actually, those words that popped up in your minds are very, very, they are very true. They are words that should have popped up. Now I have gone too far. I don't know why. How do I go behind? Like this. Something popped up in my mind and I kept going. You help me? So this is taking me back. Are you seeing reverse or in front? Those of you who are seeing. Okay, good. So now I'm going, but when I do this, okay, people, learning is allowed, eh? So this is not my thing. I need to find out how it works so that I can be more efficient. Okay? Aha. So, that's the slide I was on. That citizen engagement and citizen participation are both very, very important dimensions of how citizens engage. But what I would like to say really on the outset is that these two are initiated differently. So many words popped out for you, but when we talk about citizen engagement, at least in this handbook, and please continuously remember that this handbook is for this car, okay? Other people may come up with other, formulations, but for this handbook we are saying that citizen engagement here is a process that comes from the top and it goes down. It is an initiative that you are putting in place as a governmental body, okay? Or a city, or a continental intergovernmental body like the EU. And in this case, you are the ones encouraging citizens to discuss, to assess, to contribute to policies and programs and projects. So for citizen engagement, the way we are defining it in this tool is to say that you as people who are working in these institutions, formal institutions, you are putting together a process for engaging, for ensuring that citizens participate. Okay? Now, by contrast, when we talk about citizen participation, we are actually talking about how citizens organize themselves. So they decide and say, for us as citizens of Eswatini, we are coming together to engage with our government. Okay? So it is self-organizing. You see the difference? That one comes from the government to say, we want to engage with our citizens. I'll engage with our citizens. But then there is also another process where the citizens say, we want to engage with our government. And they therefore define how they want to engage. So in order for us not to confuse each other, what we did was to make sure that this handbook is for the governmental organizations or formal authorities that would like to engage with citizens. How do they do it? Okay? So in here, I'm not going to discuss how should citizens organize themselves to engage with governments. As I told you, that is another toolkit. And the beauty of the situation, I was also a consultant on that, so I ate double money, this way and this way. Yeah, so full disclosure, but the money is finished, so don't look for me. But anyway, that is just to let you know that this is how the differentiation happens, okay? Between citizen engagement and citizen participation. So the way you use this handbook, it is written to allow for things to stand independently. You can read one section and use it. You can use the whole thing. You can take one or two things that you want to use and all those, that kind of thing. And it is important to say that this is not a handbook that is going to be static. It is something that will be revised where things can be added. But at least we wanted to have something that kicks off how should citizens engage. Okay? And it will maybe feature some revisions and be there on a rolling basis. And we know that the other thing you will note is that citizen engagement cannot be achieved only through one type of approach. You can't say that citizen engagement cannot be only one type of doing things. No. Here you can have a diversity. Okay? So there could be different ways in which you engage citizens depending on what you want to get out of them. Okay? So this is like a menu of options. It is not a staple meal that every day you come, you eat the same. What do they eat here? No, pap and meat. Yeah? I remember I even went to a nightclub sometime and there was on the street some meat in the night. So, but in our country, you don't have meat at 3 a.m. But in some places, they'll do that even at the discotheque. But this is the point, is that there could be a diversity of ways in which you engage with citizens. In the next chapter of this handbook, we describe, and I'm not going to go into detail, some of the frameworks. And the reason this chapter is there is to say, look, citizen engagement did not start today. The AU didn't start thinking about it when we wrote this handbook. This is a process that has been there, and there are many documents you can look at that can help you to actually anchor it. The first one is the Conference on Popular Participation in the Recovery of and Development. I think this was in 1988. Some of you hadn't started working. Oh, no, well, some of them haven't been born. You know, these days I'm an old man, so I have to speak carefully. I go to rooms and then I find people who are not born in a certain year, and me, I'm saying, you know, this time, and then they told me, oh, Richard, you have grown old. So that conference was a very important conference because the key outcome of that conference was something called the African Charter for Popular Participation in Development and Transformation. And that conference is one of the conferences that was organized by the OAU at the time to try and say, how do citizens of Africa engage with the questions of structural adjustment and all these global processes that are causing reform in the economies of Africa. So that then the Charter on Popular Participation, please Google it, it is still online, was one of those first and very progressive documents that defined citizen engagement. And the Charter for Popular Participation was aimed at recognizing the role of people's participation in what they called at the time Africa's recovery and development processes. Because the structural adjustment policies of the time had affected many of the African countries. And so they were saying, what do you do? What do we do? Okay. One thing, you can look around, look at your neighbor, make sure that their eyes are open. Okay? And if they are not open, please do this and say, the facilitator wants open eyes. Because I am far. Now, another key and very important document is the African Union Constitutive Act, as well as the African Union Reviews. All these call for citizen participation. Article 4C of the African Union Constitutive Act says, participation of African peoples in the activities of the Union is of paramount importance. And the reason it says that is because our leaders think it is important. Although these days, citizens are participating in some ways that we don't actually desire, but they are participating. Isn't that true? They are taking out presidents. And we don't know what to do with that. But that's how participation happens. some of the things you may not like. Another very important document is the Maputo Protocol, which is also known as the Protocol to the African Charter, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and on the rights of women in Africa. And that was really a document that was defining how participation of women should be happening. And it was really also in line with the global processes and the UN decade. And this was one of the ways in which Africa responded. That one is also online. You can check it out. We have institutions of the African Union itself that have been put there to actually enhance citizen engagement. The Pan-African Parliament, it was established, and the constitutive act of that parliament says that it was established in order to ensure the full participation of African people in the development and economic integration of Africa. Then we have the African peer review mechanism. We talked about it a bit this morning. What that is that when you look at the African peer review mechanism, I think it was President Thabo Mbeki, President Obasanjo, and the late president of Ethiopia, what was his name? The name has gone. Do you still remember it? Please help me. The former president who died in Ethiopia. You remember him? But the three of them actually were very, very big promoters of Haile Zenawi. They were very big promoters of the African peer review mechanism. And at the core of the African peer review mechanism was to say, can we have a mechanism in place where we as leaders of Africa can check each other, can help each other to govern better. So we set up a process where you do a self-assessment of yourself in your country. We have an independent panel come. It looks at your report. It does an independent report. That report is presented to the African Union. The African Union heads of state listen, and then they say, oh, okay, on this matter, we think you may get into trouble. Why don't you try to do this reform? On this one, that kind of thing. So that it is about peers creating peer pressure that creates reform as a mode of accountability among leaders. So that is what the African peer review mechanism is about. And what it does is it does all that. Why? Because leaders want to engage and serve their citizens better. But then there are also other things, operational kind of documents, I mean operational approaches that the African Union has used, things like the Capacity Development Strategic Framework, which was actually by NEPAD, things like the African Platform on Development Effectiveness, and things like the African Governance Architecture, which is really a political framework for the promotion of democracy and other things. So all those documents is where we anchor this handbook. It is to say that all these are frameworks that legitimize why, how Africa has chosen to do citizen engagement. We have a chapter on the concepts and dimensions of citizen engagement, and I'm going to go very rapidly on this. And what we have in this chapter first is to say that when we say citizen engagement, we have to know that it is a two-way interaction, okay, between citizens and whichever organ. If it is the AU, if it is the government, it's an interaction, okay, that specifically gives voice to people and recognition in the decision-making processes. So citizen engagement is like that. It gives voice when you engage citizens, it is not to engage them to keep quiet. You engage them so they can talk back to you. Meaning that citizen engagement, for you who is in a governmental institution, it means that you should also have ability to listen to the citizens when they are engaging with you. And citizen engagement is about ownership, the words that you used, which I don't have to repeat. It's about participation, it's about inclusion, it's about collaboration, it's about all those things. And it is about giving citizens the recognition and platform to solve problems as they have the knowledge and day-to-day experience. So, as you know, sometimes we maybe patronize citizens by thinking we are the ones who have to think for them every day. But sometimes they have very interesting solutions to some problems. And sometimes what is lacking is a way to tap that knowledge or wisdom to do our work better. So that's what the concepts of citizen engagement should help you to do. So citizen engagement, citizens, as we said, actually for the African Union, there is even an official definition of an African citizen. And African citizens are people who live in Africa and persons of African descent that comprise what we call the sixth region in Africa. Sorry, the sixth region of Africa, which is the diaspora of Africa. So we are saying for us, when we are talking about within African Union, yes, citizens are those Africans, but also those in the diaspora. Marginalized and excluded groups entail people that are often left out. When we talk about non-state actors in this handbook, we are talking about individuals or entities that are not in government and do not represent governments or institutions or individuals. Okay? The three main characteristics that emerge of citizen engagement. Firstly, citizen engagement is an essential part of openness. And second, it is an integral part of governance processes. And third, it has the potential to improve development outcomes. Okay? When you go into the document, you'll see that. So this is just a summary. And in fact, if we wanted to briefly say, what is this handbook about? It shows you that these are the things, okay? That when we talk about citizen engagement, we have the level of informing, consulting, collaborating, and empowering. And citizen engagement, therefore, in decision-making, falls on this spectrum. So this is like, I should have drawn it better, but it's like a spectrum. That you start with the first step, which is around informing, the second, which is around consultation, the third, that is around collaboration, and then the last one, which is about empowering. Now, the first level of informing citizens, where we talk about informing, here what you are doing is you provide a balanced and accurate, provide balanced and accurate information to citizens. Okay? So that's the first level. Then the second level, and I don't want to go into a lot of, because I'm going to do that in the next slides. The second level is when we say consulting. Here, you expect some feedback. First level, you are just giving information. Second level is you expect some feedback. And the third level, you relate to citizens through collaboration. This is a higher level of engagement where you are actually engaging citizens but also enlisting them to partner with you. And then the last level is what we call empowerment. And this is where the decisions that you want to be taken are really in the hands of the citizens themselves. And sometimes to do that, you do things like you develop their capacities to take those decisions that are important to them. Yes.
At what point the diagram you showed, does it also apply to citizen participation? And at what level in the ladder issue, at what level do you really have participation? I envisage is the empowerment probably. So that's number one. Number two is this buzzword of co-creation. Where does it fall, and how does it relate to the four? Is it 4 dimension or four dimensions? Yeah.
Good. To stay awake, you can also answer some of these questions. That's another strategy. We have many strategies. Okay, first, as I said, citizen participation, when we go into it, it's about self-organizing of citizens. So yes, some of the dimensions here that we are talking about can be used by citizens to self-organize so that they engage. But they would be a bit different. Because, for example, when we go to the first step of citizen engagement, which is to inform, yes, citizens can inform you. But usually when it comes to governmental policies and programs and projects, it is actually governments that inform citizens. But they can inform you of their satisfaction or dissatisfaction, or they can inform you of their plans of what they want to do with what you have put in place. So yes, there are variations. But what I would say really is that the way citizens engage is different. Because when you self-organize, sometimes you are thinking, I'm organizing to meet these very powerful people. And therefore, the way I'm going to talk to them will be different. So that's the thing around that. Co-creation is very much part of empowering and also consulting. So that's another level. Yes.
Just out of curiosity, how then do you manage diversity?
Yes. How do you manage diversity within these processes? Yes, as you'll see later when we go into how these processes, why we define them the way we do, is because some of them are actually there to pay attention to the diversity in communities. So when you are informing, the tools you choose to inform have got to respond to diversity. When you are calling people to collaborate, that is the same. Because the thing the most important thing about these things is to realize that there is always a lot of diversity in citizens. We all know that. At least the people who have done work on gender will tell you that. That when it comes to how women and men even listen, they listen very differently. The men listen to some words, the women listen to other words. The men can, participate, can say certain things, So again, for a person who is dealing with citizen engagement, that kind of diversity, but also it can be generational. The way you talk to young people is different from the way you talk to older people, okay? For some young people, they may want you to use shorthand. They can want you to play music in interludes. For example, if you were as young, I would have said that after every 30 minutes, we have a song and dance. But when I look at the people here, I'm not sure how many will stand up and dance. But in some places, they will actually stand up. So that's the diversity you're talking about. When it's older people, again, you have to decide. How do you engage? Do you engage in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night? You know, all those kinds of things. So diversity is actually critical. So yeah, let me go to the fourth section that you have in this toolkit. And that is what we call the principles of citizen engagement. Now, the idea behind these principles and why we have a section there is to say that citizen engagement does not just appear there. It's not just there because we want to do it. It's also driven by certain principles, by certain even if it is back, we still have to say the prayer. No. Wait, don't sit down. So the way you can energize yourself to have full circulation, okay? Full circulation. What I found out is the best exercise is to use your head. Can you all use your head? And do a short exercise. Now, the exercise is going to be use your head to spell my name. Okay? You use your head to spell S. So I'm going. The last name. The last name. Can I spell it and then you? I start. So use your head to spell S. And you spell it with your whole body like this. S. Okay? So let's start. S. Another S. E. W. Capital letters. A. Hey, you have to go up like this and then you come. K. I. R. Y. A. N. G. A. Okay, you can put a full stop and sit down. Okay. Well, I found out that the only way I can demystify my name is by making sure that I find ways of using it. Because otherwise everybody wants to run away. They want to call me Richard. You know you are called Richard. It's very easy. So now at least you have spelled it. You have known how to make the sound. So everything is okay. So, this thing is powering up? Yes. The reason, the principles, that why we put in principles in this handbook, one is to say that ultimately what is it that is important when we do citizen engagement. The first thing is citizen engagement, its importance is that adequate planning and results focus is critical. At the end of the day, citizen engagement is one of those things that will allow you to plan, but also to focus on results. So this whole issue of what we call results focused as a principle is one of the values and the principles that underpin citizen engagement. And the reason for that is because we know there are so many interventions that are being undertaken where we are suffering because we don't focus on results. We focus on processes. So this is one of the things that are important. The other principle is to promote inclusion of all stakeholders. Somebody asked about diversity. But inclusion is important. We have now known that, for example, it's very complicated to run a country when you don't consult certain people. Okay? If you say you are going to give things to children, if you say you are going to give to children, sometimes it's not as easy unless you talk to some children. When you talk to some children, you will know their views. You will know their insights. Okay? So that's the idea, that inclusion as a principle is critical in citizens' engagement. As that one fires up, let me also switch on Plan B. So we have two laptops up. I hope it doesn't blow the bulb. Okay. So, as I was saying, that is a very important principle that we should not forget, the issue of inclusion. And inclusion ultimately is one of those things that are critical for us in terms of how we are able to reach many different people. Can I ask, in terms of time check, what is our finishing time? Finish at 4 sharp or 4 blunt? 4 sharp. Yeah, yesterday I learned that people here you have labor unions. No, I was just finding out if you had labor unions. The reason, because yesterday at the hotel, I talked to a worker, and the worker told me something. It wasn't rude. It was just surprising, because in my country, a worker can't tell me that. And I said, this one must be a unionized worker. You know, unionized workers, the way they talk. You ask my sister in Tanzania. They have unionized workers in Tanzania, and I worked in Tanzania. So I listened, I said, okay, this one is a union. So 4 sharp, I'll have finished. Okay. The other principle, which is important, and I won't tell you what he told me because I know all of you want to know, but I will not, because these unionized workers also, you have to respect their privacy. That's one thing. Inclusion, I said, is a key principle of citizens' participation. Now, the third principle is what we call upholding shared purpose and collaborative action. Shared purpose is something we talk about, but which now in Africa we are realizing that having no shared purpose is creating a crisis. Today, the coups that are in West Africa are a representation of what? Unshared what? Purpose. Why are you ruling us? Are you taking us anywhere, or you are just taking us to accompany you? When citizens do not understand you, they can organize differently. Before you know it, you are out. So that's why it is a key principle to have shared purpose Because when you have shared purpose, you are able to collaborate. But when you have no shared purpose, it can become a problem. Yeah, right now, coups are the thing on everybody's minds in West Africa, but also, I mean, not only in West Africa, every president they are thinking about coup d'etats, because that is it. But how do you prevent coup d'etats? How do you prevent citizens uprising? Is to create shared purpose. So that's why it's a key principle of citizen engagement. The other important one is to promote transparency, but also learning. You know, sometimes we talk about transparency and accountability only, but sometimes you want to be able to be transparent, but also to learn, and also to be accountable. So the principle of transparency, I think, is important. All of us know that we all want to know what our governments are doing. That is important to us as a people, everywhere. No place, there's nowhere where people don't want to know where their governments are doing. In fact, some governments have become very sophisticated. Our colleagues in Kenya, they are doing some amazing things. If you ask my neighbor on my left, she will tell you that some of the leaders there are interviewed on TV. Yeah? Judges, they go on TV and say, tell us your name. Why do you want to become a judge? Well, I look at them, I say, oh my God, that is an interview. I wish you could do that for the commissioners for the African Union and the chairperson. Here, to broadcast them, and we interview them. I think even in South Africa they do it. But the idea of that level of transparency is to say, when we give you this level of responsibility, we expect you to act a certain way. And usually when you go through such a very transparent process, it's highly unlikely that you will play around. Because you remember you were seen by millions of people. So, that is the thing about shared purpose. I know that also, for example, in the AU, when the presidents vote for the commissioners, that's why you see commissioners are very sensitive about certain things. Because they know that this is their constituency, the heads of state. They are the ones who vote for our commissioners of the African Union. So some of these things that are transparent are also very good for accountability. But also they are very good for learning, especially in citizen engagement. The reason we want things to be out there is because we want to learn what citizens feel, what these citizens think about what we are doing. Okay? The other principle is impact, really. If we want impact, we know that citizen engagement becomes critical. Why? Because at the end of the day, if you develop actions, for example, we've now talked about the second 10-year implementation plan. We have even given it moonshoots. Wow, moonshoots. We used to have something called a moonwalk. You remember those? Nobody here danced breakdance in the first days. When breakdance had just started, we used to do something called a moonwalk. So, then you go backwards. You know, this man may be a few years away from me. But the idea behind these moonshoots is to say, how do we create impact? And when you engage with citizens, they will sometimes show you quite early if you are on your road to impact or you are on the road to no impact. So that's why we do also this engagement. Because it's the thing that will tell us that down the road, 10 years from today, 2033, yes, this kind of impact we shall have seen. This one we shall have seen. Okay? Like the story I told you about our middle class. You know, they did the math and we had debased our economy. And then it looked like, Well, we had just overstepped by maybe $1 to the middle class. So somebody whispered to the president, Uganda is in. And you know what presidents do? They quickly say, oh, we are middle class now. But then I think the World Bank regulations, you need to sustain that number for how many? A period, is it 6 months or one financial year? For us, we sustained it for a few days. And we called ourselves middle class. So at some point, we did the numbers again and said, oh, okay, this is not true. And I remember at one point, even that happened when I was at the Ministry of Finance, when I was working in the Ministry of Finance in Uganda. There's a time when poverty fell. And then somebody told the president, hey, poverty has fallen. Oh! He just ordered from State House to the New Vision. The New Vision is our main newspaper. Put a center stage. Poverty has fallen. These are the numbers. We were still calculating. So you have to be very careful with these things called impact. Some people want quick impact. But the only way you can know is if you engage with citizens. Because I remember actually at that time we had a process of engaging which was called the participatory poverty assessments. So we did some of these poverty assessments and asked, but exactly what do you think as citizens? What has happened? And they gave us many views, but one of the things they told us is, for us, poverty is quite multidimensional. For you, you may be looking at income, you are thinking our income is the most important, but now there are new expenses that are eating away our income. And then we had a discussion, and then everybody understood. But that's the issue. The last principle is participation. This is obvious, because we know that to promote sustained engagement, we need to create a participatory culture. You see, when they say democracy is expensive, this is what we mean. That if you want people to engage and to be able to take certain things seriously, but also be able to respond and give feedback, then engagement is key. Because what engagement does is that it helps you to continuously, gauge the temperature. Because if you don't gauge the temperature, you can quickly be in a tricky situation. Those are the 6 principles that underpin why citizen engagement is an important ingredient for us and for public authorities. I will say governments. I don't want to say hundreds of words. I use the public authorities as a word to mean governments and all these institutions that serve citizens. Okay? So that's the principles. We have a chapter in this handbook which is called Enabling Factors for Citizen Engagement. If you can flip that slide to the next one. Isn't it me who is supposed to do that? Who am I talking? I fired my worker, so I don't know why I still think I have a worker. Please, your neighbor is sleeping. Can you wake him up? Have you seen him? No, the person who I've talked to, did you wake up your neighbor? Or you have a question? You have no neighbor. Please go ahead. Man, why don't you give us a second microphone? You didn't wire it? Oh, you didn't? Okay. Tomorrow you will bring two. Yeah. Shout. But the cameraman sound.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. Thanks. I wanted to ask if you gonna come, but I wanted to ask if you have methods, the methods of engaging, the citizens, because I think in most times we run short of those. Yeah.
Yes, we do. That's the short answer. The long answer is I'll show you.
Thank you, Richard, for explaining it in simple terms. It appears that the way we've been engaging citizenry is more top to down than bottom up. However, if you look at Agenda 2063, if you look at the clause, a prosperous Africa driven by its citizens, that clause actually presupposes some form of a more weighting on bottom-up approach. Now, I'm saying this because of the new discourse that the current generation, if you look at the coup d'etats, it appears that probably this top-down, or what some people call exogenistic approach, where government make policies and you just implement, and then at a point in time you hear from the citizen, are we doing well or not, may not be working. Or probably we are not using some of these tools in the appropriate way. So can you please reflect on that? Because it looks as if our policies are not moving with the time, because we are not actually putting a lot of weight in the bottom-up direction rather than the top-down approach. Over.
Okay. Yes. There's a hand at the very back, but the microphone is alone, so you will have to meet us at the point.
Well, let me apologize for asking questions, but I'm a journalist. So, Richard, thank you so much for this. My question is literally like public participation.
With new ways, you can get surprised. Okay? I always try not to speak about politics, but all of you have heard me, and you know what I'm saying, even when I haven't said it. Yeah? That if citizens want to respond, they can be very disruptive. Even Lesotho has examples. You can tell us about those days. So that's what I didn't want to say. But this man laughed very much, and I had no choice but to say something. But anyway, that's the bit, that tick box. Yes, you don't want this to become a situation where you are just ticking boxes. You want it to be a situation where you are actually adding value to you who is in government, but also to the citizens who are engaging. So that is where citizen engagement becomes important. Let's look quickly, and I will end with these enabling factors, and then tomorrow we shall go into the approaches, which is the question my colleague asked about the tools. Yes, what we did in this, and I'll talk about that tomorrow. Let me not talk about it today. Let's just talk about some of the enabling factors. When we go to the enabling factors, there are not many. What happened? Did I kick this projector? Why is it? I don't like things that are out of place. Yeah. That's what my wife always tells me, that I have to find a way of learning to be a bit disorganized. But I don't agree with her on that point. But we agree on many other things. That is a rider. Now, the enabling factors are many. But here are a few that are there in the people next door are talking much louder than me. Did they eat more food than me? I have, tomorrow we shall complain to them, those next door. Please, don't compete with the people this side. Seems they are not using a microphone. Okay, so there are many, now the section on enabling factors, if you go to the book, what we are trying to do here is to say what can enable citizen engagement to be alive. What are those things that we should take advantage of? So one of them is digitization. Okay? I don't have to say a lot about that. We all know. Actually, for the director ICT, I think, was the one who told me, whom we were talking about, say, you know, COVID did many bad things, but it also accelerated the digital adoption and uptake across many countries in Africa. So that's one thing. We know that citizen engagement these days is being enabled by digitization in many ways. The ICT tools we have are many. So I don't need to go too far into that. But that is something that we can take advantage of as something that is important in citizen engagement. The other factor that enables is access to information. Many countries have laws, policies, even provisions of mandatory information that should be going out. I don't know if in this country you have a budget act, but in many countries we have acts of parliament that tell you that on this day, the budget has to be read, the national budget. So the Minister of Finance, whatever they do on that day, a budget has to be read. I remember in Uganda that day one time fell on a day when we had just finished changing, when the president was re-elected, but he hadn't finished appointing. Don't mind the way I said it. I was just emphasizing. But he hadn't finished appointing all his ministers. But when that day came, what he did was to say, Minister so-and-so, for today you are going to act as the Minister of Finance. Because the budget day is in the law. There is a day when the budget has to be submitted to Parliament. So the idea behind is that we have all these opportunities with us on how we can access information. There are other places we know that now where you can go and certain information can't be denied. You can go and say, the Bureau, how do you call the Bureau of Statistics in Lesotho? In Eswatini, sorry, not Lesotho. The other day I was in Lesotho monitoring elections. I think that's why my head is still there. In Eswatini, what do you call it? Eswatini Bureau of Statistics? What is it called? Central Statistics Office. Oh, you don't have like these ours where we have our country name behind it. So you don't call it a Eswatini Central Statistics Office. Okay. Need to give it a big name. So, the Central Statistics Office, because when you said CSO in the morning, I was saying, are they talking about civil society organizations? I couldn't, then I realized, oh, it means Central Statistics Office. But for example, now I know that in Central Statistics Office, there is information which by law, they can't deny a citizen. When you want the results of the census and you write, they have no, I think, right to say no. Because you're a citizen, you want to use it, maybe you want to do a master's degree, they will give you the data set. Of course, they told us the riders and what else, but usually they do that because they will still facilitate you. Another enabling factor is capacity building and the initiatives that are there, that there is a lot of capacity that has been built over time, but also that doing citizen engagement is a capacity building initiative. When you share information with citizens and they are aware, that in itself builds their capacity to engage better with you. When, for example, they know about the Agenda 2063, if we decide and say every member state is going to popularize it everywhere, then you will go to different places and people say, oh, Agenda 2063. Because like now, I know like for the SDGs, we have had all this localization of SDGs everywhere. And it helps. Citizens can be able to say, on this goal, we don't feel it will work here, blah, 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 and all that. Knowledge management. Because there is lots of knowledge, it's an advantage. It's an enabling condition. Because when you have knowledge available, when you are able to share it, that is also another way of managing knowledge. Because sometimes when knowledge is not, where it doesn't support any interaction, it means that you'll have a crisis. But also monitoring and measuring is another thing that is enabled through citizen engagement. Because sometimes the citizen engagement processes is a way to know. If you go to Rwanda, the president has these public days, which are live broadcast. So the ministers will talk about all the results that they've had. Citizens are allowed to call in. And the citizen can say, oh, you know, Sir President, in our village, this borehole and this one and this school, there are these problems. There and then, there is feedback because there has been an engagement that is public, but it's also helping through monitoring. And whatever happens, this thing is fixed because for President Kagame, there and then you will have to have an answer. If you don't have a credible answer, you may lose your post. But that's the idea about engaging and monitoring. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes left to ending, or 6 minutes. So I just want to know if there is anything that you want to talk about up to where we are. Tomorrow I'll take you through the approaches in the morning when everybody is okay and is ready to go for a new day. But for now, I just wanted to stop here because I still have up to tomorrow break time. And since I am a respecter of all persons, including those who are labor unionized, I want to see if, is there any other last comment, question? Yes, please.
All right. Thanks for your presentation, which is very insightful. I just want to ask a question related to the one that my sister, the journalist, asked. The one that pertains to getting feedback, and maybe another thing happens that is contrary to what the majority had been saying or advocating for. I just want to ask, can a majority be wrong? And if you have engaged, the citizens, the majority, and maybe you've gotten a response that probably is not is not a response that is in line with maybe certain principles or policy direction of the country. What do you do in that kind of situation? I just want to hear your views there.
Thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Percy from Eswatini Communications Commission. I just want to know, you highlighted a number of frameworks that talks to citizen engagement and participation on the continent. And from maybe as a comment, what is your own assessment in terms or your observations on the level of engagement and participation in the continent? And my question is in line with the issues that we have highlighted here, the issues of coups and riots in the continent, which could talk to policies not talking to the citizens' problems. And I would say maybe from my own observation is there seems to be a disconnect between public representatives or government agencies and the people. And what the areas of improvements that we can take from there. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost 3 minutes. So mine comes from an observation. More often than not, we are supply driven. For example, we talk of digitalization, and we know COVID. We know what COVID did. It opened our eyes, and we need to digitalize. However, now I'm thinking about a person who is in the rural areas. So now it's more like we are imposing. Now it's a supply driven. It's a must. How then do we bring them on board to realize that, you know, this is a need, this will benefit them, and really consult, deeply consult, robustly and intentionally consult with them, rather than have it being supply driven and impose change. And we know it's good, but how then do we bring them on board?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to use any more time. I'm going to say that all those questions, I'll answer them tomorrow, so that I respect the 4 o'clock time. But I have 1 minute before I do that. Just to say, and the last one on supply driven and how this imposition, I'll answer it tomorrow, a little bit more detailed when I talk about the approaches. But the issue of majority being wrong. Yes, sometimes the majority are wrong. You know, my small girl used to go to school here. I have many stories, so don't mind me. Here in Eswatini, she used to go to school here. She's a twin. At some point in my house, there were 5 of them, and then me and my wife. Okay, so 7 people. There are times when they would say, no, today we are going to eat pizza. I say, but pizza is not healthy as a meal. You can't have it today and tomorrow and the other day. So they are majority, but they are wrong. So me and the mother, we take the decision, you are going to eat matoke and boiled chicken or something like this. You see? So it's true that sometimes the majority may be wrong. It depends. So it's not to say that what is majority is always right. I think that's the way it is. Yeah, there are even in countries where citizens can ask for something that is outrageous to be done. But it is also in the interest, and the point you need to take away from my own story is that it becomes in the interest of those who are in positions of responsibility to say, how can we deliver? At least all of us were talking about food. You want pizza? We are saying no pizza, but we are all agreeing that we should eat. So there is a common denominator, and that's the one we use to get the appropriate solution. So even in a country, you should ask, what is that common denominator that is bringing the citizens and the leaders together? And then you deliver on that. The approaches may be different. For example, when you have political parties, one political party may be saying this, another one may be saying that, but they are all talking about education. So those are the kinds of things, I think, the decisions that we need to make. But ladies and gentlemen, I want the day to end here by adjourning this meeting. It will start tomorrow morning. At what time? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in this room. At 9 sharp, just as I've ended at 4 sharp, I'll be standing here to start the next session. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 9.